Chapter 13:25. As this voice fell, a huge pale river flowed over like a waterfall, covering the heavens and the earth and shaking the surroundings. Upon hearing the old voice, the originally despairing Green Spirit Gate's chief involuntarily revealed a wild joy, as though he had seen his savior. In the eyes of everyone, a red pale river gushed over. Within the red pale river, an old man in a red robe appeared. The old man's long sleeves fluttered in the air. His white eyebrows fluttered in the wind as a mortal chi floated around him. "Patriarch Azure Spirit!" someone exclaimed. The rest of the people were in an uproar. They seemed to have recognized that the person was the only divine transformation realm lord of the Green Spirit sect. Patriarch Green Spirit! Just when everyone thought that the Patriarch of Green Spirit would attack Yi Qin, he cupped his hands at Yi Qin and said while smiling, "Fellow, let's talk nicely. Don't be rash." Yi Qin was not surprised to see her. Instead, joy appeared at the corner of his lips. "What else do you have to say? I am the ancestor of the Green Spirit sect. I hope you will spare Ku He's life for my sake." Ancestor Azure Spirit smiled and said, "My Azure Spirit sect will definitely compensate fellow Taoist later." "Yes, I'm willing to compensate you. I'm willing to compensate you." The sect master of the Azure Spirit sect nodded in agreement. It wasn't easy for him to reach his current level of cultivation, and he definitely had hopes of stepping into the deity transformation stage. If he were to die like this, all of his hard work would be for naught. "It's not impossible for me to let this person go." Yi Qin looked at the Azure Spirit sect master soul in his hand and lifted his eyes to look at the Patriarch of Azure Spirit. "You have to agree to 3 of my conditions." "Fellow Taoist Yi, feel free to speak your mind." Ancestor Azure Spirit nodded with a smile. However, he didn't dare to speak too slowly. After all, people who had lived to such an age were extremely important to karma. Yi Qin said slowly, "Firstly, I want you to submit to me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, thinking that they had misheard. The smile on Ancestor Qingling's face gradually froze, and his expression sank. He narrowed his eyes and said, "What about the second one?" Yi Qin said again, "Secondly, the Qingling sect will offer 1,000,000 spirit stones as a form of forgiveness for this person." 1,000,000 spirit stones? The corners of Ancestor Azure Spirit's mouth twitched slightly, and his gaze became somewhat cold. "What about the third?" "Thirdly, I want to see the immortal envoy of the Sunset Dawn region." Yi Qin listed 3 conditions in a row. Everyone looked at him in disbelief, thinking that he was crazy. Even if he was a divine lord of the soul formation stage, he shouldn't ask for such an exorbitant price. The smile on Ancestor Green Spirit's face disappeared, and his eyes narrowed into slits. "Fellow Taoist, are you sure you want to be so overbearing?" "Those who obey me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." Yi Qin squinted. "If you don't obey, not only will this person die today, even you will die too." "Good, good, good." Ancestor Azure Spirit praised him thrice. With a wave of his long sleeve, a blood river that was nearly 100 feet long immediately appeared behind him. Scalding flames surged within it, directly melting the space around it. Yi Qin looked at him wryly. "Are you sure you want to fight me? I can't guarantee that I'll be able to capture you." Ancestor Azure Spirit sneered. "However, if fellow Cultivator Gu is included, then you will definitely die today. Rumble." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword gleam tore through the air and landed on the ground like a bolt of lightning during the day. In the end, a black-clothed boy with monstrous sword intent and a lotus throne on his head was revealed. Although the boy's face was only in his teens, his sideburns were white, and his eyes were filled with a terrifying black and white color. The ancient sword sect's patriarch's ancient divinity. River Feather subconsciously blurted out when he saw who it was. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. Another divine lord of the soul formation stage. Someone lowered his voice and said, "Why is Ancestor Azure's spirit so old, but the ancient sword sex patriarch has a baby face?" It's said that the ancient sword sex patriarch was forced to reincarnate because of the end of his life. The disciples of the ancient sword sect found his reincarnation and awakened his memories of his previous life in advance, so he maintained his baby face, an insider whispered. However, before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind blew over and directly sliced his entire body into two. This time, the entire place fell silent. No one dared to speak. The Patriarch of Azure Spirit looked at the ancient divinity expressionlessly. "Fellow Gu, you're a little slow." "Cut the crap, do it," the ancient divinity shouted, and 16 strange words shot out from its body. In the end, these 16 strange words turned into a huge golden sword that was over 30 meters long. The body of the huge golden sword was engraved with strange golden runes, and waves of heart-palpitating power were emitted from it. The Patriarch of Azure Spirit's pupils constricted slightly. Subsequently, he looked at Yi-chan with a forced smile. "Fellow Yi, it's not too late for you to kneel and surrender now." Yi-chan shook his head lightly, seemingly disappointed. "Forget it. Looks like I can only force that immortal envoy to appear by killing." The moment he finished speaking, a huge golden wheel that was 30 meters tall appeared behind Yi-chan. He turned into a golden rainbow that pierced through heaven and earth and shattered the sky with a punch. The fist gleam was resplendent, illuminating the world. Oh no! At that moment, all the hair on the ancient sword sex patriarch's body stood on end. He could only feel the aura of death assaulting him. Retreat! He instantly wanted to teleport away. However, in the next moment, he was horrified to discover that the space around him was sealed. It was like an iron wall that could not be broken at all. Bang! At that moment, heaven and earth exploded and space collapsed. Immediately after, the ancient divinity let out a blood-curdling scream as his body exploded from the inside. Even his purple palace could not withstand it and collapsed. No. Following that, an unwilling and horrified roar shook the surroundings. The ancient divinity exploded from head to toe. His body and primordial spirit were completely wiped out, and his soul was completely destroyed. With a single punch, the ancient sword sex patriarch, an early-stage soul formation divine lord, who stood at the peak of the Luoxia region, died. In an instant, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Everyone's expression turned sluggish. That was a soul formation divine lord, not a cabbage. Before anyone could react, Yi-chan lifted his eyes slightly. His cold gaze eventually landed on the Patriarch of Azure Spirit Sect. "Fellow Yi, it's a misunderstanding." The Patriarch of Azure Spirit Sect retreated in shock. He wanted to beg for mercy, but when he saw Yi-chan approaching him step by step, he could not help but kneel heavily on the ground. His voice was extremely sharp. "I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit." He was completely scared out of his wits. Where did this fiend come from? Even that ferocious person from a while ago was not as terrifying as this person before him. Yi-chan said, "Open your mind and let me plant a primordial spirit imprint." The Patriarch of Azure Spirit Sect gritted his teeth and finally opened his mind. Suddenly, he felt an imprint in his mind, as if a time bomb had been planted. Chapter 13:26. "Now, take me to that immortal envoy." Yi-chan lifted him up and shot out after saying that, leaving the people who were still stunned on the spot. "Fellow Taoist, no, you can't go." The old ancestor of the Green Spirit Sect struggled in fear. "If you go, we will all die. The immortal emissary is not something you can imagine." "Why?" Yi-chan scoffed as if he was mocking. Could it be that this immortal ambassador is really an immortal who has descended to the mortal world? "Fellow Taoist, since you have such terrifying cultivation," Ancestor Qingling smiled bitterly and said, You must not be an ordinary person in the firmament purple world. Why don't you know about me?" He seemed to have thought of something after saying that, and his expression changed suddenly. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Yi Chin again. "Why, you're not from the purple world!" Yi Chin scoffed coldly. With a thought, he activated the imprint that was planted deep in his primordial spirit. Ancestor Azure's spirit screamed in pain. "You have to understand the situation. Right now, your life and death are in my hands. If you don't want your 1,000 years of cultivation to go down the drain, then be more honest with me." Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. "I'll ask you a question now, and you'll answer it accordingly. Don't hide anything." "Yes, yes." Ancestor Azure's spirit's face was drenched in cold sweat. Yi Chen pondered for a while and said, "Is there an existence called the Immortal Palace in the purple world?" The Patriarch of Green Spirit's pupils constricted violently. He seemed to be hesitating. When he saw Yi Chen's gaze turn cold, he immediately nodded and said, "Fellow, the Immortal Palace you mentioned is in the All-Heaven region." As soon as he said that, tens of thousands of gleams surged in Yi Chen's eyes. As expected, I told you that there's nothing wrong with the formation that Yi Dongli left behind. It won't teleport us somewhere else. Old Ancestor Clear Spirit gave him a look and carefully said, "Tao friend, the people of this world all believe that our 4 great sects are high above existences. Little do they know that above us is Immortal Palace. An Immortal Palace is the true master of blue-purple world. Immortal Palace has been established for countless years. Rumor has it that it was a sect established by an immortal from outside this region, claiming to be carrying out an immortal's decree to patrol in place of the heavens. Immortals descended?" Yi Chen chuckled softly when he heard that, as if he was disdainful. He was once the lord of the celestial realm, not to mention the fact that the heavenly law forbade celestials from descending to the mortal realm. Even if there were those who defied the laws of heaven and wanted to descend to the lower realm, they could only let the lower realm prepare to receive their corporeal bodies. Their true bodies could not descend to the lower realm at all. Otherwise, the lower realm would not be able to withstand the power of the laws of their true bodies and would instantly collapse. Moreover, the azure purple world could only be considered a small world in the entire universe. It was just a drop in the ocean. Why would a celestial spend so much to descend? That was why this so-called Immortal Palace might have established a connection with a cultivation world sect in the middle 1,000 realms. Yi Chen could not help but glance at the Patriarch of Green Spirit as he thought to this point. He said, "What's the highest cultivation base in the Immortal Palace? Above the soul formation stage?" "Fellow Cultivator, to tell you the truth, ever since we started cultivating, we have never seen anyone above the soul formation stage." Ancestor Green Spirit didn't dare to hide anything. He said word by word, "Even the Immortal Palace emissary guarding my Luoxia region is only at the mid-stage of soul formation. Not above the soul formation stage." Yi Chin frowned in disbelief. Then he said, "Then why did the Immortal Palace send immortal emissaries to guard your Luoxia region and the other regions?" "That's just because the Immortal Palace is worried about us." The Patriarch of Green Spirit smiled bitterly. "The Immortal Palace is worried that we won't be restrained and will rebel. Therefore, they sent 3 immortal emissaries to guard the 3 regions and built the Tower of Heaven. The immortal emissaries usually live in the Tower of Heaven, and the Tower of Heaven leads directly to the All-Heaven region." At this point, he added, "The Immortal Palace has 5 emissaries: wind, fire, thunder, and rain. The one guarding my Luoxia region is the Thunder Immortal Emissary." "Thunder Immortal Emissary," Yi Chen scoffed when he heard that. "A mere mid-stage soul formation cultivator who doesn't comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, much less the laws of thunder, is worthy of being called the Thunder Immortal Emissary. The one guarding the Mystic Yang region is the Fire Immortal Emissary, and the one guarding the True Sky region is the Wind Immortal Emissary." The Patriarch of Green Spirit explained patiently. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, "However, the Wind Immortal Emissary died a few days ago. Because of this, many sects in the True Sky region tried to rebel and establish their own region. In the end, they were suppressed." The Wind Immortal Emissary? Yi Chun was stunned. Then he could not help but recall the Immortal Palace Emissary that he had killed in the ancient desolate realm. He secretly guessed that this person was the Wind Immortal Emissary. One last question. Yi Chun took a deep breath in and looked at the Patriarch of Green Spirit calmly. "I heard that there will be a wedding in the All-Heaven region in 7 days. What's going on?" "Fellow Cultivator," the Patriarch of Green Spirit immediately said, "it's said that the young great figure from the Immortal Palace is about to hold a dual cultivation ceremony with a female cultivator. Therefore, the Immortal Palace has sent out an invitation for the 3 regions to attend the ceremony." "Female cultivator?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard that. He said hurriedly, "What's the female cultivator's name?" "I'm not sure about that." The Patriarch of Green Spirit shook his head and said, "In fact, there's very little news about this woman in the outside world. It seems that the Immortal Palace did it on purpose. We only found out about this person when we suddenly received an order from the Immortal Emissary. Looks like the breakthrough lies with this Thunder Immortal Emissary." Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. Then his mouth moved slightly, and the bones in his body exploded. Then, under the Patriarch of Green Spirit's dumbfounded expression, his appearance and temperament changed drastically. He had actually turned into the ancient sword sex patriarch, ancient divinity. Whether it was his appearance, temperament, or even cultivation base, they were exactly the same as the dead ancient divinity. If he was not still holding his daughter, Meng Meng, in his arms, the Patriarch of Green Spirit would even suspect that the ancient divinity had been resurrected. "Fellow, why you—" The Patriarch of Green Spirit was extremely shocked. He was also capable of transformation techniques, but they were mostly illusions and cover-ups. After all, if he wanted to truly transform into another person, he would have to change the structure of his body. Even a soul formation cultivator wouldn't be able to do this. However, Yi Chen could do it. He was not the only one. Even Meng Meng, who was in Yi Chen's arms, looked at him with her eyes wide. "Daddy!" Yi Chen said calmly, "From now on, I'm the ancient sword sex patriarch, ancient divinity. When you see that immortal emissary, listen to my orders." "All right." The Patriarch of Green Spirit could only suppress the shock in his heart and nod heavily. "Let's go." Yi Chun waved his sleeve and turned into 2 green arcs that shot into the sky under the Patriarch of Green Spirit's lead. An hour later, the 2 of them stepped into the depths of the Cloud Dream mountain range. In the middle of a verdant mountain range, there was a black pillar that reached the sky. The pillar was very huge. Even the surrounding mountains seemed incomparably small in front of it. The pillar directly pierced into the clouds, and one could not see the end of it. It was daunting. The 2 green arcs landed on a mountain peak less than 5 kilometers away from the black pillar. Subsequently, Yi Chen and the Patriarch of Green Spirit appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 1327. The Patriarch of Green Spirit raised his eyes and took a deep breath in. He looked at the black pillar in the distance. "Fellow, that's the heaven-reaching tower!" In reality, Yi Chen had already seen it from 5 kilometers away, even without his reminder. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes when he saw such a strange building. He was not in a hurry to extend his divine consciousness. Instead, he turned around and asked, "Does the Thunder Immortal Envoy live inside?" "That's right." The Patriarch of Green Spirit nodded slightly and said, "The Immortal Envoy has always been living in the heaven-reaching tower. If there's nothing urgent, he won't leave easily. Looks like this Thunder Immortal Envoy cultivates lightning techniques." Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the black pillar that pierced the clouds. He said, while smiling, This pillar is engraved with the lightning summoning rune. It can draw the lightning in the air to refine the body and condense lightning crystals at the same time. Fellow, you're right. The Patriarch of Green Spirit looked at him in surprise and explained. Even the Divine Thunder sect in the Nirvana region can't compare to the immortal envoy's attainments in lightning techniques. Let's go, Yi Qin said, just as he was about to approach the heaven-reaching tower. He suddenly looked behind him as if he had sensed something. From there, 2 rays of light, one black and one red, shot over. At the same time, a slightly cold voice sounded. Fellow Gu, fellow Yi, I didn't expect the 2 of you to be faster than us. As soon as the voice fell, a man and a woman appeared. The man's face was old, and his entire body was filled with dense yin energy. Compared to him, the woman was only 16 or 18 years old. Her beautiful eyes were filled with affection, and every frown and smile captivated one's heart. Both of them were at beginner stage God transformation stage. Before Yi Chun could speak, the Patriarch of Green Spirit smiled calmly and said, So it's fellow Qin Huan from the Union sect and fellow Luo from the Heavenly Ghost sect. He was worried that Yi Qin would be exposed because he did not know the 2 of them. Therefore, he took the initiative to introduce them to Yi Qin. Hee, Fairy Qin Huan from the Union sect covered her mouth and giggled. She looked at the Patriarch of Green Spirit with charming eyes. Fellow Yi, I heard that the young master of your Green Spirit sect died in Chowga City. Is that true? I also heard that Brother Gu's disciple died in Chowga City. The Patriarch of the Heavenly Ghost sect looked at Yi Qin. It's just a rumor, Yi Qin said calmly. Our 4 sects are suppressing the Sunset region. Who dares to go against us? The Heavenly Ghost sect's Patriarch nodded slightly. That's true. It seems that the information was wrong. Ancestor Qingling's gaze flickered slightly, and he took the lead to ask, May I know why fellow Taoist Qin Huan and fellow Taoist Luo suddenly came here? He was feeling rather uneasy. As soon as Yi Chen's identity was exposed, the 2 of them would be besieged by the 2 people before them and the immortal ambassador. Ha ha ha, Fairy Thousand Illusions giggled and said, The celestial emissary just sent a message saying that a mysterious elite has broken into the Tower of Babel. So she summoned us here. She looked at the duo in surprise after saying that. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist Yi and fellow Taoist Gu didn't receive the immortal envoy's decree? A mysterious powerhouse broke into Sky-Split Tower? An undetectable gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He said calmly, We didn't receive it. The reason why we're here is to discuss the details of the All-Heaven region's wedding with the celestial emissary. He suspected that the mysterious powerhouse was Yi Wushuang and Xiao He. After all, he had secretly ordered the 2 of them to search for the whereabouts of the Sky-Split Tower. I see. Let's go then. The Heavenly Ghost sect's Patriarch nodded slightly. With a flash, he shot towards the Sky-Split Tower first. On the other hand, Fairy Thousand Illusions' beautiful eyes swept across the cute little girl in Yi Chen's embrace. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Ah! Which family is this little girl from? She's so beautiful. After saying that, she took a few steps forward and reached out to touch the little girl. However, the little girl dodged her. At that moment, the Patriarch of Green Spirit's heart sank. However, he heard Yi Qin say, while smiling, This is the new disciple I took in from Chowga City. I saw that her bones are amazing and her talent isn't bad, so I loved her. I didn't expect that the stone-hearted fellow Taoist Gu would have such a gentle side. The former giggled and said, Fellow Taoist Gu, I like this girl very much. Why don't you give her to me? I'm willing to exchange 10 gold core stage virgins for her. As soon as these words came out, Ancestor Azure Spirit was shocked. 10 golden core female cultivators? This was too generous. Yi Chen's gaze turned slightly cold. Subsequently, he shook his head and said while smiling, You must be joking, Fairy Thousand Illusions. It wasn't easy for me to find a successor. I won't give up no matter what. What a pity! Fairy Thousand Illusions seemed to shake her head regretfully. A strange light flashed in her eyes, but then it quietly disappeared. Yi Chen saw all of her changes. Yi Chen secretly sneered. This lady must have discovered something, but he was not afraid. As long as she dared to say it, Yi Chen could kill her instantly. Gentlemen, don't be late. Let's go. Ancestor Azure's spirit smiled. He knew that there might be too many changes if he continued talking. He ended the topic immediately and shot toward the Tong Tian Tower with Yi Chen. As soon as the two of them approached within a kilometer radius of the Tong Tian Tower, they heard the sounds of intense battle coming from the forest below. There were also waves of ferocious beast roars. Boom! Following an earth-shattering explosion, surging sword intent crisscrossed with lightning, destroying everything within a kilometer. Two figures were the first to appear on the ground when the terrifying ripples dissipated. A young man in a purple robe bathed in lightning looked at a white-clothed young man who was less than 300 meters away from him with a bloodthirsty gaze. The white-clothed young man's sleeves fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into the most terrifying sword in the world. On the other side, there was a black water dragon that was more than 20 meters long, fighting intensely with the heavenly ghost sex patriarch. However, the black water dragon seemed to be injured and was no match for the heavenly ghost sex patriarch. It's these two brats. Yi Chen's eyes focused. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Wushuang and Xiao He to find the Tong Tian Tower before him. Subsequently, his gaze landed on the purple-robed young man, and he narrowed his eyes. Intermediate stage god transformation. Is he the Thunder Immortal Envoy? Sir. At the same time, the Ancestor Azure Spirit and the Thousand Illusion Fairy were also shocked. They seemed to be in disbelief as they watched this scene. Who exactly are you? Seeing the arrival of the Ancestor Azure Spirit and the rest, the purple-robed young man stared at Yi Wushuang with a gloomy gaze and said coldly, "Why have I never seen you before?" Earlier, when he was in closed-door cultivation, he suddenly sensed Yi Wushuang, who was investigating the Tong Tian Tower, and the two of them fought. As the Thunder Immortal Envoy who guarded the Luoxia region, he thought that his cultivation base was the strongest in the Luoxia region. Neither the Ancestor Azure Spirit nor the Ancient Sword Sex Patriarch were his match. However, he was no match for this white-clothed young man who was only 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, he had never heard of the other party's comprehension of Sword Dao. If the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch had not arrived in time, he would have died here today. End of this chapter. Chapter 1328. In reality, he was not the only one. Even the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch, the Patriarch of Green Spirit, and the rest did not recognize Yi Wushuang and Xiao He at all. Only the Patriarch of Green Spirit seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Yi Chen without batting an eyelid. Shock flashed through his eyes. "You want to know who I am?" Yi Wushuang looked at him calmly. "Sure, take a strike from me. If you don't die, I'll tell you. You're courting death." The purple-robed young man's gaze turned cold as he said, "I'll know everything after I capture you and use the soul-searching tactic." He suddenly looked at Yi Chen and the rest after saying that. "Ancient Sword Sex Patriarch, I order the three of you to help me capture this brat. There will be a great reward after this." All right. Before Yi Chen could speak, Fairy Qianhuan's face lit up. Subsequently, she turned into a long rainbow and charged at Yi Wushuang. Seeing that Yi Chen and Fairy Qianhuan did not move, the purple-robed young man shouted immediately, "Ancient Sword Sex Patriarch, what are the two of you waiting for? Could it be that the two of you want to disobey my orders?" "Don't panic, Master Envoy. We'll help you now." Yi Chen smiled and took a step forward. He landed before Fairy Qianhuan directly, and the Patriarch of Green Spirit followed closely behind. The purple-robed young man urged again, Why aren't you attacking? Attack! Yi Chen glanced at the patriarch of green spirit and turned around abruptly. He pointed his finger like a blade, and a resplendent saber gleam condensed. It tore through the air and slashed at the former. At that moment, the patriarch of green spirit and fairy Qianhuan each took out their spirit treasures and attacked the purple-robed young man with killing intent on their faces. Sizzle, as blood sprayed, an arm was thrown into the air. The purple-robed young man was sent flying. He spat blood and looked at Yi Chen and the other two furiously. He had never expected that the 3 pieces of trash who used to be so respectful to him would dare to betray him. Are you guys trying to rebel? This sudden scene also shocked Yi Wushuang and the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch who was fighting Xiaohei. The Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch shouted, "Fellow Yi, fellow Qianhuan, fellow Gu, are you guys crazy?" The immortal envoy was high and mighty. "Fellow Taoist Gu?" Yi Chen could not help but scoff when he heard that. Then he said, "Look at who I am." Under their gazes, Yi Chen's face and body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned from an ancient divinity to an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" At that moment, the Heavenly Ghost Sect and the purple-robed young man were shocked. They glared at Yi Chen. "Who am I?" Yi Chen chuckled softly and subsequently looked at Yi Wushuang and Xiaohei. "One of them calls me brother while the other calls me master." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. The most shocked person was none other than the purple-robed young man. He knew Yi Wushuang's ability, and now another big brother had appeared. "Big brother." Yi Wushuang walked over slowly as a smile appeared on his cold face. "I wanted to capture this person and bring him back to you. I didn't expect you to come so soon. It's all right." Yi Chen shook his head. Subsequently, he could not help but lift his head to look at the Hahuan Sex Patriarch, Thousand Illusion Fairy, who was next to the Patriarch of Azure Spirit. "I can understand why the Patriarch of Green Spirit helped me under my coercion." At this point, a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. "What I'm curious about is, you've clearly seen through my identity. So why are you still helping me?" "Because you're the person that Master mentioned." Thousand Illusion Fairy smiled slightly. Her smile was a little strange. "Master?" Yi Chen could not help but frown. Then, under everyone's gaze, Thousand Illusion Fairy slowly opened her mouth, revealing 2 fangs at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch's eyes were filled with disbelief. Thousand Illusion Fairy, even the Patriarch of Green Spirit, was shocked. Then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Thousand Illusion Fairy. "Why, you were bitten by that ferocious person!" Even the purple-robed young man's expression changed. Thousand Illusion Fairy said respectfully, "Ferocious person? Master gave me the power of eternal life and an ageless appearance. In my heart, he's no different from a god." Yi Chen looked at him steadily. "The person who bit you is a man in a black dragon robe. Is he a zombie?" "That's right," Thousand Illusion Fairy said without hiding anything. "Master is exactly as you said. Before he left, he told me that if I meet you, I can lend you a hand at a critical moment." He really won. Even though Yi Chen was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked when he heard that, and caused a huge commotion in the Forbidden Sea and then disappeared mysteriously. He did not expect that he would come to the purple world before him. Thinking to this point, he could not help but think of the coffin man that the Qin family's patriarch Qin Song had mentioned before. This person must have won. At this moment, an extremely shocked voice suddenly came from the side. I know, you're the rebels from the ancient desolate realm." The purple-robed young man stared fixedly at Yi Chen and the rest. The fear on his face was extremely intense. At the next moment, he formed a seal with his right hand and slapped forward. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, a black rift appeared in the air and swept towards him at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the purple-robed man's figure moved and sped towards the black rift, as if he wanted to escape. He knew very well that he was no match for Yi Qin. This was because the Immortal Palace had already sent an order that the Wind Immortal Envoy had died in the ancient desolate realm. This sudden scene shocked the Patriarch of Azure Spirit. "Fellow, this is the Immortal Palace's secret technique. We can't let him escape back to the Immortal Palace. Do you think you can escape?" A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. Subsequently, he extended his hand. The entire sky seemed to be covered by an invisible hand. Spin. The purple-robed young man stepped into the rift and roared with all his might, wanting to speed up the activation of the secret technique. However, at this moment, an unbelievable suction force came from behind him. As soon as the suction force appeared, the purple-robed young man felt as if his soul was about to be sucked out of his body. "No," he roared and resisted with all his might. "Come back." A thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. He curled his fingers and forcefully grabbed the purple-robed young man. Without waiting for him to struggle, Yi Chen pointed at the former's dantian and instantly crippled his cultivation base. Then he forcefully planted a restriction on his body. In just a few breaths of time, the extremely powerful Lord Immortal Envoy in the eyes of the Patriarch of Azure Spirit and the rest was suppressed by Yi Chen. Too powerful, the Patriarch of Azure Spirit gasped. The Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch was horrified. At that moment, Yi Chen's cold gaze landed on him. The Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch shuddered and knelt heavily on the ground. "Senior, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender." End of this chapter. Chapter 1329. At the highest point of the Tower of Babel stood a purple gold palace. It was engraved with mysterious lightning patterns, faintly emitting a terrifying power. Yi Chen sat on the high platform and looked expressionlessly at the Thunder Immortal Envoy, who was suppressed on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Wushuang, the Patriarch of Green Spirit, and the rest stood around him. There was also the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch, who took the initiative to let Yi Chen imprint his primordial spirit. "Foolish rebel from the lower realm, you better let me go." The Thunder Immortal Envoy glared at Yi Chen with hatred in his eyes. "Otherwise, when the powerhouses from the Immortal Palace descend, you'll beg for death." He did not expect Yi Chen to be a rebel from the ancient, desolate realm. Moreover, his cultivation base was even more terrifying than the decree from the Immortal Palace. Before this, he was one of the 5 immortal envoys from the Immortal Palace. He was at the soul formation stage and suppressed everything in the Sunset region. Now, Yi Chen had destroyed his cultivation base and planted a restriction on his body. How could he not be angry? Apart from being angry, there was also a hint of fear. "You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big." Blackie let out a sinister laugh, walked straight over and slapped him across the face, directly causing half of his face to cave in. Yi Chen raised his hand to stop Xiaohei. He looked down at the Thunder Immortal Envoy. "You're just an ant to me now. If you don't want to die, cooperate with me. Maybe I can give you a chance to reincarnate." Tui, the Thunder Immortal Envoy, seemed to have heard something funny. He sneered, "Now that I've fallen into the hands of a rebel like you, I admit that I'm not as good as you. However, don't even think about making me betray the Immortal Palace." "Is that so?" Yi Chen gave a short response and glanced at Xiaohei. Xiaohei immediately understood. He walked over and twisted the Thunder Immortal Envoy's remaining arm. "Are you going to talk or not?" "Ah!" The Thunder Immortal Envoy immediately let out a miserable cry, but he still showed no signs of letting go. "Still not talking?" Xiaohei's eyes turned cold. He lifted the Thunder Immortal Envoy into the air and threw him to the ground. Bang! The Thunder Immortal Envoy's legs directly shattered the ground. They were deeply embedded into the ground, revealing scarlet blood. However, the latter still had a ruthless look on his face. Seeing this scene, Little Black was also a little angry. At this time, Fairy Thousand Illusion suddenly took a step forward and said, "Sir Yi, it's useless. They have been adopted by Immortal Palace since they were young, and their minds have been instilled with the idea of loyalty to Immortal Palace. It is deeply ingrained into their souls, so there is no way they will betray us. So they've been brainwashed." Realization flashed through Yi Chen's eyes when he heard that. He then shook his head and said, "I wanted to give you a chance. Since that's the case, don't blame me." The moment he said this, the Thunder Celestial Messenger seemed to realize something. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Chen extended his hand and grabbed him from afar. Subsequently, he pointed at his glabella and forcefully pulled his primordial spirit out. "What are you doing?" Thunder Immortal Envoy's primordial spirit was terrified. If Yi Chen were to torture him, he might still be confident because he knew that the more Yi Chen did that, the more it meant that he would not die. "I once learned a divinity. This divinity is called the Three Hell Soul Refining Method." Yi Chen held his primordial spirit gently and said calmly, "This divinity can refine the spirituality of your primordial spirit, and the memories in your mind will turn into the purest energy for me to absorb." With that, 2 balls of golden flames immediately jumped in his eyes. In an instant, the 2 balls of golden flames shot out of his eyes and tightly wrapped around Thunder Immortal Envoy's primordial spirit like 2 fluorescent lights. "What is this?" Thunder Immortal Envoy immediately felt an incomparable burning sensation coming from his primordial spirit, as if his soul was about to scatter. He hurriedly said, "Stop, stop, I'll speak, I'll speak." Whoosh! Yi Chen was not in a hurry to retract the 2 balls of golden flames. He looked at the former, who was extremely dispirited, and said, "First, what's the name of the female cultivator in the upcoming wedding of your Immortal Palace?" "Ah!" Thunder Immortal Envoy screamed. "Her surname is Su, and her name is Yuhan." Boom! Almost at that moment, a surging killing intent surged out of Yi Chen's body. The power almost collapsed Thunder Immortal Envoy's primordial spirit. Plop! 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 At the same time, be it the Patriarch of Green Spirit or the Heavenly Ghost Sect, they were all suppressed to the ground by this might. They were extremely shocked. A moment later, the killing intent disappeared. A slightly hoarse and excited voice slowly came from Yi Chen's mouth. "It really is Yuhan." Even Yi Wushuang, who was next to him, was extremely excited. "Brother, it's really sister-in-law." Xiao Hei's eyes were slightly red. He knew Yuhan's position in Yi Chen's heart the best. In order to find his mistress, the latter had rushed from Earth to the ancient desolate realm, and then from the ancient desolate realm to the violet world. Following Yi Wushuang's words, Thunder Immortal Envoy looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. "What did you say?" "The Thunder Immortal Envoy is your woman." Yi Chen's eyes locked onto him, and he seemed to be extremely surprised. "You said that Yuhan is the Thunder Immortal Envoy of your Immortal Palace?" Thunder Immortal Envoy's eyes flickered a few times, and he seemed to be conflicted. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Yi Chen scoffed and activated the 3 Hell Soul refining method again. I'll tell you. Thunder Immortal Envoy screamed and said in an extremely sharp voice. "That's right, Fairy Su is the Reign Immortal Envoy of the Immortal Palace's 5 Immortal Envoys. How did Yuhan become the Reign Immortal Envoy of your Immortal Palace?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and asked again. "I don't know," Thunder Immortal Envoy said with a terrified expression. "The Immortal Palace's 5 Immortal Envoys have been nurtured by the Immortal Palace since they were young. It turned out that the Reign Immortal Envoy was a man. Later on, Fairy Su suddenly appeared in the Immortal Palace and reigned the Thunder Immortal Envoy, so she became the new Reign Immortal Envoy." "When did Yuhan appear in your Immortal Palace? Who brought her to the Immortal Palace?" Hearing that, Thunder Immortal Envoy said, She appeared in the Immortal Palace about 2 years ago. However, we really don't know about her background." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and added, "However, Fairy Sue seems to be related to the master of the Immortal Palace. That's why we don't dare to offend Fairy Sue in the Immortal Palace." "The master of the Immortal Palace?" Yi Qin frowned. At this moment, the Qingling sect's patriarch stepped forward and explained, "Fellow, there are a total of 5 halls in the Immortal Palace, namely wind, fire, thunder, and rain. Each hall has a hall master with unfathomable strength, and the 5 halls are all under the jurisdiction of the master of the Immortal Palace." "I see." Yi Chen's eyes flashed indiscernibly when he heard that. The 5 halls of the Immortal Palace had a master of the Immortal Palace, 5 hall masters, and 5 envoys. Even the envoys were at mid-soul formation stage. What cultivation level was the hall master at? And the master of the Immortal Palace, late soul formation stage? Or great perfection soul formation stage? End of this chapter. Chapter 1330. Yi Chen could not help but look at lay immortal representatives, primordial spirit, as he thought to this point. He said with a trembling voice, "Before Yuhan separated from me, she was already pregnant. Now that almost 2 years have passed, can she, before this, he cared about Su Yuhan the most. Now that he knew that Su Yuhan was fine, he was relieved. Then he thought of his child, a boy. Before this, he had already learned from Yi Wen, second uncle, and the rest that Su Yuhan was carrying a boy. 2 years had passed. Logically speaking, the child should have been born, right? Perhaps they were already 1 year old. He subconsciously hugged his daughter, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. He was very nervous. He was Yi Chen's second child in this world. As soon as he was done speaking, even Yi Wushuang and Xiao He could not help but look at the Thunder Immortal Envoy. There was anxiety in their eyes. The Thunder Celestial Messenger revealed a hesitant expression. Yi Chen's heart sank when he saw that. He shouted immediately, "What happened to my child?" He was afraid of hearing any negative news from the former's mouth. Even if it was just a little, it was hard for him to bear. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to use the 3 Hell Soul refining method, the Thunder Immortal Envoy's primordial spirit trembled violently. He immediately said, "Your child hasn't been born yet." "Impossible," Xiao He interrupted. "Mistress has been separated from us for almost 2 years. How could she be pregnant for another 2 years? Thunder Immortal Envoy hurriedly said, "When Fairy Sue first came to my Immortal Palace, she was already pregnant. However, she has been pregnant all this time. Her stomach is getting bigger day by day, but there is no sign of childbirth." He was afraid that Yi Chen and the rest would not believe him at the end of his sentence. He looked terrified. "I'm telling the truth." Still not being honest. Black's eyes suddenly turned cold. Yi Chen waved his hand to stop him. Instead, he revealed a smile that did not know whether to laugh or cry. "So, Yuhan is pregnant with Neza because of me. Normally, a woman would give birth after 10 months of pregnancy. Of course, this was not fixed. There were premature and late births. However, she had been pregnant for 2 years, which meant that she had not given birth after 24 months. If this happened on Earth, it would definitely cause a national sensation. However, it seemed too normal to Yi Chen. Before he parted with Su Yuhan, he had taught her how to cultivate. It was difficult for cultivators to produce offspring with each other. Even if it was pregnant with life, it couldn't be speculated with common sense. The fetus would have self-consciousness in the mother's womb. They knew when they should be born and when they shouldn't be born. Neza! Xiao He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little bastard, how can he defile his mother like this? Yi Chen clenched his teeth slightly and said angrily, "When I see you, I'll spank your butt." Thinking about this, he took a deep breath and calmly looked at the Thunder Immortal Messenger. "What about my little brother Yixing? Also, what about the girl named Qianchan and the crazy Taoist who were caught by you?" "I don't know about that." Thunder Immortal Envoy bitterly smiled. "Sir, I am just an emissary of the Immortal Palace. In the eyes of outsiders, we might be incomparably glorious, but in the end, we are just dogs raised by the immortal palace. The secrets we can come into contact with are few and far between. Seeing that his expression didn't look like he was faking it, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Who wants to marry my woman?" It was impossible for Su Yuhan to betray him. Yi Chen had no doubt about the former's loyalty. Otherwise, Su Yuhan would not have waited for him bitterly during the 5 years that he had disappeared. The only explanation was that Su Yuhan was forced. Otherwise, why would she agree to it with her personality? He really wanted to know who was so bold as to covet his woman. The Thunder Immortal Envoy's expression changed slightly. Then he bitterly smiled and said, "It's the Immortal Palace's Master Qi Huang." "Who is Qi Huang?" Yi Chen asked. "Sir." The Heavenly Ghost Sect's patriarch stepped forward with a face full of eagerness. "Qi Huang is the son of the Immortal Palace's master, Qi Daolin. He's also the Immortal Palace's #1 genius." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Patriarch of Azure Spirit. Rumor has it that this child has a mutated lightning spiritual root. He used less than 1,000 years to cultivate to the intermediate stage, soul formation stage. He's known as the #1 genius in the purple world. The Heavenly Ghost Sect's patriarch could not help but be angered to death when he saw this. He gritted his teeth and looked at the Patriarch of Azure Spirit, thinking to himself, "You old man, I used to say that you were cold and aloof, but now you're like a dog fighting for favor with me." After the Patriarch of Azure Spirit finished speaking, he gave the former an extremely proud look. "Little guy, when I was still a boy alchemist, I was already proficient in this. Otherwise, how could I have achieved what I have today?" The son of the Immortal Palace's master? Yi Chen could not help but smirk coldly. A mere intermediate stage soul formation stage dares to covet my woman. Not bad. "Sir, you can't underestimate this person." The Heavenly Ghost Sect quickly seized this opportunity to curry favor. At this moment, a loud voice exploded in his ear. "Sir, although this Qi Huang is at the intermediate stage soul formation stage, no cultivator of the same level is his match. It's said that even the 4 intermediate stage soul formation emissaries of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning are no match for him." It was the Patriarch of Azure Spirit. The Heavenly Ghost Sect's patriarch was on the verge of vomiting blood. The moment that was said, Yi Wushuang, who was originally calm, narrowed his eyes. He could not help but look at Yi Chen and say, "Big brother, this person can suppress 4 intermediate stage soul formation stage cultivators. I'm afraid he's not ordinary. His combat strength is equivalent to a late stage soul formation stage." Yi Chen smiled lightly and looked at Yi Wushuang subsequently. "It's not difficult for me to kill this person. Can you handle him?" Based on the Patriarch of Azure Spirit's explanation, his current opponents were probably the 5 Palace Masters and the Master of the Immortal Palace. As for the others, they were no match for him. Yi Wushuang pondered seriously for a few seconds before saying, "I can't kill him within 100 moves, but after 100 moves, he'll definitely die." As soon as he said that, the Patriarch of Azure Spirit and the rest were so shocked that they almost cried out. "Do you have to be so arrogant?" Yi Chen, on the other hand, nodded lightly. After Wushuang had a fortuitous encounter in the Forbidden Sea, his combat strength was now superior to those at the same level. However, if he wanted to fight a late-stage soul formation stage cultivator, it would depend on how many trump cards the other party had. After all, he was the incarnation of the Sword Spirit. He did not cultivate true origin energy, or true energy. He walked the path of the Sword Tao and relied purely on sword intent. The Sword Tao was about charging forward and being unyielding. Of course, the disadvantage was that it was easy to break. Thinking to this point, Yi Chen looked at the Thunder Immortal Envoy again and said, "One last question. Where did the man with the zombie physique go a few days ago?" After saying that, he looked at the Hahuan Sect's patriarch, Thousand Illusion Fairy, who had never spoken. As Ying's servant, this person must know some of Ying's whereabouts. The Thunder Immortal Envoy was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, "This person is very lawless. He plundered all the way from the Luoxia region, and the 3 regions couldn't stop him at all." End of this chapter. Chapter 1331. Hearing his words, the corners of the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch's mouths twitched slightly. Clearly they hated Ing. They would never forget that day when that guy came to challenge their sections. They would either be destroyed or obediently hand over all sorts of medicinal pills and spirit herbs. The 4 great immortal sects had been kicked by him. At first, they were a little unconvinced. However, after Ing made a move, the 4 great sects could only admit defeat. Yi Chen said in surprise, "Why did he plunder?" After all, Ing was a zombie. He was an existence that was born and nurtured by nature. He did not need medicinal pills or medicinal herbs. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Ing gave it to his avatar to use? As if to verify his guess, the Thunder Immortal Envoy said, this person was carrying a black coffin on his back. Every time he would throw all the spirit stones and medicinal pills he plundered into the coffin. At this point, his expression was a little strange, and there seemed to be someone talking to him in the coffin. There were even sounds of quarreling, as expected. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard that. It seemed like the one in Ying's black coffin was his avatar. However, the product of the 2 emperors, 3 pure ones, seemed to have a disagreement. To put it bluntly, the evil body and the avatar refused to submit to each other. At this moment, the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, "That's not all. That savage even brought a group of powerhouses to plunder 3 regions." A group of powerhouses? Yi Chen was stunned at first. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems like these people are the Emperor's throne powerhouses who awakened from the Forbidden Sea." Thinking to this point, he could not help but ask, "What happened after that?" The Thunder Immortal Envoy said, "Not only did this person plunder 3 regions, he even brought people to our All-Heaven region to plunder. In the end, he forced our Immortal Palace to take action." He took a deep breath in and said, "At that time, our Immortal Palace sent 3 late-stage Soul Formation Palace Masters, but he killed 2 of them in a row. The other one even had his blood sucked dry and turned into a slave. He's become stronger again." Yi Wuxuan's eyes narrowed. Yi Chen said seriously, "After killing 2 late-stage Soul Formation Cultivators in a row, he has indeed become stronger again. If he's given some time, he might turn into Qi." There was a beast in the eastern sea named Ho that could eat the brains of dragons. It could fly through the sky and escape through the earth. It was exceptionally ferocious, and every time it fought with a dragon, it would spit out divine flames from its mouth that would burn everything. Thunder Immortal Envoy continued. Later on, it was rumored that Immortal Palace's lord took action and fought against him. As for what happened afterwards, we do not know. He then said, "The only thing we know is that over half of that person's subordinates were killed by my Immortal Palace, and only a few escaped with heavy injuries. We all suspect that that person was killed by Immortal Palace's lord." Killing? Yi Chen chuckled softly, but he did not believe it. With his understanding of Ing, if he didn't have a certain amount of confidence, why would he come to the All-Heaven region and pluck the Celestial Palace's beard? But then again, Ing was truly lawless, stirring up trouble everywhere he went. If it were anyone else, they would have died many times over. Seeing that he didn't say a word, the Thunder Celestial Messenger trembled and said, "Sir, I have told you everything I know. Please spare my life and let me reincarnate." Although his physical body was destroyed, his primordial spirit was still there. As long as there was a suitable cauldron, he could reincarnate and cultivate again. Even though it was difficult to cultivate again, it was better than dying. Even though there was a legend of reincarnation, who could guarantee that they would be a pig or a dog in their next life? Even if they reincarnated as a human, without a spiritual root and without the memories of their previous lives, they would not be able to embark on the path of cultivation. Yi Chen looked at him quietly, and his gaze gradually turned cold. I think there's no need for you to exist anymore. No, sir, spare me, the Thunder Celestial Messenger begged bitterly. Thousand Illusion Fairy suddenly said, Sir, I don't think we can kill him yet. Yi Chen looked at her immediately. The former bit the bullet and said, This person is the Immortal Palace's messenger, so he must have a soul tablet in the Immortal Palace. Once he dies, the soul tablet he left in the Immortal Palace will crack and alert the enemy. That's right, sir. Thousand Illusion Fairies. Words make sense. Even the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the Heavenly Ghost Sect nodded in unison. Forget it. I'll spare your life for now. Yi Chen then retracted his killing intent and said, If you want the chance to be reborn, you'll have to be as obedient as before. The Thunder Celestial Messenger immediately nodded with a look of relief. All right, then let's go. Yi Chen sealed his primordial spirit and charged out with a flash. He looked at the black pillar that pierced into the clouds. This time, I'm going to flatten the All-Heaven region and make the Immortal Palace bleed. In the clouds, there was a formation barrier that seemed to cover the sky. A terrifying spatial energy faintly came from it. Sir, this is the wonder of the Tong Tian Tower. The Patriarch of Green Spirit introduced it to Yi Chen respectfully. This barrier has been set up in the other two regions. It can lead directly to the All-Heaven region. At the same time, it prevents people from the other two regions from coming to our Luoxia region without permission. Yi Chen carried his daughter and walked to the barrier. He looked at it for a while and raised his right hand. He immediately shot a restriction shadow at the barrier. Boom! Following a loud noise, a crack slowly opened up in the huge light curtain enchantment, like a snowflake melting in the middle. Let's go. Yi Chen's figure quickly changed and eventually turned into the Thunder Celestial Messenger. When the Heavenly Ghost Sect's Patriarch and the rest saw this scene, they were still extremely shocked. His body swayed, and he immediately jumped in with his daughter in his arms. His heart was in turmoil. Yuhan, I'm here. Our family will be reunited soon. At the same time in the All-Heaven region, in the depths of a purple bamboo forest shrouded in spiritual mist, there was an elegant and unique green-tiled courtyard. The bamboo forest in the garden seemed to grow casually, but there was a hidden mystery. At the base of every bamboo forest, there were hidden array legs. Tens of thousands of bamboo forests formed a world of array formations that was like a cage. At this moment, there was a thin woman with a cold temperament sitting cross-legged in the garden. She seemed to have merged with everything around her. The woman wore white clothes and had long hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her beautiful face was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. If one took a closer look, they would discover that her lower abdomen was high. It was obvious that she was pregnant. A moment later, the woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face suddenly turned extremely pale, and her aura weakened. Out of the 36,000 formations, I've already comprehended 35,990 of them. Why is it that I still can't comprehend the last one? The woman raised her eyes and sized up the bamboo forest in front of her. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of yearning. I want to break out of the cage and return to nature. I'm useless. I'm useless. She held back her tears and looked at the ring on her finger. Her face was sad and beautiful. Yi Chen, where are you? The yearning in her eyes grew stronger and more painful. Her heart ached more and more. The scenes of her meeting, Yi Chen appeared in her mind countless times. It was also the motivation for her to persevere. Yi Chen, I might not be able to wait for you. In the end, she could not hold back the tears in her eyes. They flowed down slowly and wetted her clothes. Perhaps I'll be dead by the time you come. Thinking to this point, she gritted her teeth and caressed her protruding abdomen. Child, when will you be born? Mommy knows you can understand me. I'll give you another 7 days. If you're not born, then disappear with me. As soon as she finished speaking, her phoenix-like eyes could not help but frown. Then she revealed a pained expression as if she had been kicked by the fetus in her womb. "Damn, Father, Mom has already given me a death notice. If you still don't come, your son, I will really die before I'm born." A childish voice could be faintly heard from the woman's stomach. If the woman were to hear this, she would definitely be shocked. What a vicious woman! It's not that I don't want to be born, but that old man Chi has been coveting me. Once I'm born, Mom will be in trouble. Damn, Father, why aren't you here yet? Mom is crazy. She forcefully expended her life force to comprehend the formation and escape. However, doesn't she know that once her life force is exhausted, she won't be able to escape death? Sigh, I'm not even born yet, and I already have to stick to the mission of protecting Mom. Is it easy for me? The childish voice became more and more excited as it spoke. Then it seemed to have sensed something and suddenly laughed out loud. He's here. Damn, Father is here. My hard days are finally coming to an end. P.S. The climax is coming. Please give me a ticket. The various pits in front are intertwined. It's too hard to write. My brothers. End of this chapter. Chapter 1332. The Dang province was located in the northern part of the All-Heaven region, one of the 4 great regions of the vast Purple Realm. It was vast and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It was rumored that a long time ago 3 stars had descended from the heavens and surrounded this place. Because of this, the 3 mountains resembled stars and were known as the 3 Stars Mountains. It was unknown how many cities there were in Dang Province, but the most prosperous one was the eastern edge of Dang Province, Giant Puppet City. The reason why Giant Puppet City was so famous was because of the Giant Puppet sect that was located here. The Giant Puppet sect was the largest cultivation sect in the Dang Province. Even in the entire All-Heaven region, it was one of the top sections. This was because the Giant Puppet sect had more than one soul formation cultivator. The Giant Puppet sect's ancestor was at the mid-stage of soul formation. At this moment, in the sky above the Giant Puppet sect, there was a black flood dragon flying through the void. Its speed was like rolling thunder, and it could travel thousands of miles in an instant. The baleful aura of this black WRM was monstrous, and it was like a cloud that covered the sky as it pressed down upon the heavens and the earth. It shocked many demon beasts on the ground below to the point they knelt down in unison and shivered. This group was naturally Yi Chen and the others who had been teleported to the All-Heaven region from the Sky-Reaching Tower in the Luoxia region. From the Sky-Reaching Tower, the group arrived at the edge of the Dang province. Then, Xiaohe revealed its true form to carry them. Yi Chen, who had transformed into the Thunder Immortal representative, held his daughter and stood on Little Black's back. A golden, quintessential energy barrier appeared around him and ignored the sharp wind. "Sir, Giant Puppet City is just ahead." Ancestor Azure Spirit respectfully stood behind him and explained, "The Immortal Palace is in the eastern part of the All-Heaven region, hundreds of thousands of miles away from Giant Puppet City. If we want to speed up, I'm afraid we'll need to use the Giant Puppet Sect's transfer array." Giant Puppet Sect? Yi Chen's eyes gleamed. This time the Heavenly Ghost Sect's ancestor rushed to answer, "Sir, Giant Puppet City was built because of the Giant Puppet Sect. It is a transcendent existence in the Dang province, and even my Heavenly Ghost Sect cannot compare to it." As he spoke, a towering black shadow suddenly shot up from the ground below. At the same time, a stern shout shook the sky. "May I ask which fellow Taoist is passing through my Giant Puppet City?" Immediately afterwards, an exceptionally burly, giant-like, rough-looking man arrived with the wind. The man gave off a faint aura of a mid-soul formation cultivator, causing the expressions of the Heavenly Ghost Sect's ancestor and the others to change. "You must be fellow Taoist Chiao of the Giant Puppet Sect, right?" The green spirit ancestor took a step forward and faintly smiled. "This old man is the ancestor of the green spirit sect in the Luoxia region. Today, I came with the Thunder celestial messenger from the Luoxia region to the All-Heaven region to celebrate with the Celestial Palace. So it's a fellow cultivator from the Azure Spirit sect of the Sunset Cloud Domain. The rough man was stunned at first. Then he noticed Yi Chen's existence. He immediately bowed and said, "Thunder Immortal Envoy, I didn't know about your arrival. Please forgive me. My lord, this person is the giant puppet sect's patriarch, Qiu Xianming." The patriarch of Green Spirit seemed to be worried that Yi Chen would give himself away, so he secretly sent a voice transmission with his divine consciousness. "So it's fellow Taoist Qiu." Yi Chen looked at him calmly. "I'm bringing the people of the Luoxia regions for major sects back to the Immortal Palace to report. I hope fellow Qiu can make things convenient for us. Thunder Immortal Envoy is too polite." The giant puppet sect's ancestor smiled politely and said, "My giant puppet city's transmission array has already been prepared for Immortal Envoy. Immortal Envoy can use it at any time." "Lead the way," Yi Chen said expressionlessly. The giant puppet sect's ancestor did not say anything else. He turned around and landed on the ground. He ordered people to remove the protective formation and personally welcomed Yi Chen and the rest into the city. Throughout the entire process, the Patriarch of Green Spirit, the Heavenly Ghost Sect, and the rest were trembling with fear. They were afraid that Yi Chen's identity as the fake Thunder Immortal Envoy would be exposed. Yi Chen, on the other hand, behaved naturally. The reason why he had transformed into the Thunder Immortal Envoy was to avoid unnecessary trouble and rush to the Immortal Palace faster. Judging from the attitude of the giant puppet sect's ancestor, his decision was the right one. Soon, the giant puppet sect's ancestor brought everyone to the core of Giant Puppet City. There was a transmission array that had been built with countless materials. "Thunder Immortal Envoy, are you in a hurry?" The giant puppet sect's ancestor stopped in his tracks and thought to himself as he looked at Yi Chen, "If you're not in a hurry, please rest here for a while. I can prepare some banquets and songs to entertain you as a host." His words were extremely flattering. Yi Chen refused without hesitation, "No." The giant puppet sect's ancestor could only sigh regretfully when he heard this. Only then did he lead the group toward the transmission array. "Ancestor." At this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. Then a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes turned into a streak of light and flew over. The middle-aged man landed next to the giant puppet sect's ancestor. He looked at Yi Chen and the rest first, seemingly hesitating. The giant puppet sect's ancestor looked displeased as he berated, "The Thunder Immortal Envoy is here. What can't you say?" The man nodded and immediately said, "Ancestor, the situation with Elder Chu and the rest isn't too good." "What did you say?" The giant puppet sect's ancestor's expression immediately darkened. Elder Chu is at the early stage soul formation stage after all, and he has the help of many nascent soul elders. How could he not be able to capture a young man surnamed Shi? This brat is only at the perfected nascent soul stage. "Ancestor, that brat surnamed Shi has become a demon." The man's expression changed, and he immediately knelt on one knee and said while trembling with fear, "I don't know what kind of demonic technique that brat cultivates, but he has a pair of demonic eyes that are extremely strange. He can absorb a cultivator's soul, and even Elder Chu almost fell into his trap." Demonic eyes? The giant puppet sect's ancestors' gaze froze. When Yi Chen heard the word Shi, he could not help but look at the former and ask, "What's this person's name? How is he so powerful?" Even the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest behind him were curious. "Lord Thunder Immortal Envoy. This person's surname is Shi, and his name is Qianhan. He's from the lower realm, the ancient desolate realm." The giant puppet sect's ancestor glanced at Yi Chen in surprise and said, "Yesterday, 2 hall masters from the Immortal Palace personally went to the lower realm to suppress these rebels. This Shi Qianhan is the fish that escaped the net." As he said that, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qin. Immortal envoy, you're one of the 5 immortal envoys of the Immortal Palace. Yet you don't know about the Immortal Palace's actions. I've been in closed-door cultivation in the Tong Tian Tower for the past few days. I've only come out today, so I don't know. Yi Chen said calmly, but an extreme coldness and fierceness surged in the depths of his eyes. Something was wrong with the ancient, desolate realm. He had obtained too much information from the giant puppet sect's ancestor. It seemed that after he came to the Violet World, the Immortal Palace had sent someone to the lower realm again. Moreover, it was not one immortal envoy this time. It was 2 hall masters. The 2 of them were at least at the late stage, God, transformation stage. In the ancient desolate realm, apart from himself, the Patriarch of Hell was probably the only one with peak combat power. Now that Shi Qianhan had come to the Violet World for some reason, and his tracks had been discovered, he seemed to be in a dangerous situation. The Patriarch and his parents. End of this chapter. Chapter 1333. This series of psychological changes was completed in an instant. Yi Wushuang and Xiao Hei's expressions changed slightly. They wanted to say something, but hesitated. Yi Qin took a deep breath in and signaled the 2 of them with his eyes. He then looked at the giant puppet sex patriarch and said, "Fellow Qiu, I'm suddenly interested in that person with the surname Shi. Moreover, as the Immortal Palace's Thunder Immortal Envoy, I naturally have the obligation to help you capture and eradicate the rebels from the lower realm." Hearing this, the giant puppet sex patriarch pondered for a few seconds before nodding and saying, "That's good too. Since Lord Immortal Envoy is interested, how can I refuse? When the time comes, Lord Immortal Envoy just needs to watch from the side. Just my giant demon sect is enough to deal with such a small fry." Yi Qin looked at the nascent soul cultivator who was kneeling on the ground after he said that. "Where are they?" That person did not dare to hide anything and said, "Lord Immortal Envoy, they're at 3 Corpse Ridge." The 3 Corpse Ridge was a rather strange place in Dang Province. This place was located between 3 star mountains. The terrain was special, the land was black, and the yin energy was extremely dense. Due to the frequent rumors of haunting, most people would die when they heard of it. However, this place with extremely dense yin energy and few people was currently covered by the pungent smell of blood and monstrous killing intent. At the peak of 3 Corpse Ridge, a white-robed figure stood there with a halberd in his hand. His white robe had long been dyed red with blood. It was a black-haired young man. His extremely handsome features were slightly pale, and he seemed to be injured. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. If one took a closer look, they would find that his eyes were completely black, like black holes. A strange and evil mysterious power surged out, as if an ancient demon lord had descended from above. Beneath his feet, corpses piled up like a mountain. The scarlet blood caused the black ground to turn red. It was a ghastly sight. The remaining few thousand cultivators sealed off everything and looked at him in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear, the reason being that the other party had killed thousands of them by himself, and there were even a few perfected, nascent soul cultivators among them. If not for the fact that the source of the news was accurate, they would not have believed that this was the ant and rebel from the lower realm that they disdained. Shi Qianhan, accept your fate. Several figures sealed off the world. Among them, an old man in a black robe fixed his gaze on the former. Today you have nowhere to go. Why must you struggle? Young man, surrender. An early-stage soul formation cultivator in a golden robe slowly said with a bewitching voice, I can see that your talent is extraordinary. If you surrender now, I can spare your life. I can even ask the Immortal Palace to accept you as a disciple. The white-robed youth's demonic eyes were extremely powerful. He almost fell into the trap just now. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a mournful roar came from the white-clothed youth. How can I, Shi Qianhan, be surrounded by so many experts? There's even an emperor's throne among them. The halberd in his hand let out a mournful cry. "Cut the crap, come on." The white-clothed youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the crowd below with resentment and mockery. "I, Sir Chin-Han, will only die standing, never kneel to live." The giant puppet sex soul formation elder's eyes turned cold, and he immediately shouted, "This person's eye technique must have a price. He can't keep using it. Let's attack together and kill him." As his voice fell, the thousands of cultivators who were hesitating and did not dare to step forward also activated their true essence and charged towards the white-clothed youth with monstrous, killing intent. "Brother Yi, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for you." The white-clothed youth smiled and took a deep breath. The black aura in his eyes surged again, as if it was connected to the demon world. He hated. The immortal palace had sent people to the lower realm and almost turned the ancient barren world upside down. Countless experts had died, and even his North Sea dragon, subduing Hull, had been destroyed. He hated. In order to protect him, the old celestial venerable resolutely killed the wind immortal Hull master from the lower realm. In the end, he was forced to self-destruct to buy time. He still hated. It was useless for him to keep his body. He did not even come into contact with the immortal palace. Today he was going to die here, unable to avenge the old celestial venerable and the others. Kill. The white-clothed youth activated his demon eye with all his might. A pair of dark lights shot through the sky, as if they were going to split the sky apart. Buzz. At this moment, the space in the distance trembled. Immediately after, several powerful pressures descended on this world, and then several figures appeared. The leader was a burly man who looked like an iron tower. As soon as he appeared, everyone felt the pressure and could not help but stop. "It's the Patriarch!" Someone's eyes lit up, and he recognized him at a glance. At the same time, the early-stage soul formation elder of the giant demon sect immediately went up to him. "Patriarch, why are you here?" The giant puppet sex patriarch scanned the entire place and finally looked at Yi-Chin. He introduced him to the former. "This is the Thunder Immortal Envoy of the Immortal Palace. He came with me to watch the battle." "So it's the Thunder Immortal Envoy." Elder Chu was shocked. He bowed to Yi-Chin immediately and said, "Lord Immortal Envoy, we're just capturing an ignorant junior. It's our fault for troubling you to come personally." Yi-Chin ignored what he said. He scanned the world and finally fixed his gaze on the white-clothed figure in the distance. At that moment, a strange light flashed through his eyes. Then he said calmly, "May I know which one of you is Sir Chin-Han?" Elder Chu turned around and pointed at Sir Chin-Han in the distance. "Lord Immortal Master, this is the one." "He's extraordinary," Yi-Chin nodded. "Lord Immortal Envoy, you can just watch from the side. Leave everything to the giant puppet sect." The giant puppet sect's patriarch smiled and took a step forward. He looked at the white-clothed youth from afar. "Junior, I'm the giant puppet sect's patriarch. This is the Thunder Immortal Envoy of the Immortal Palace. You have no chance of survival in front of us." At this point, he could not help but narrow his eyes and say coldly, "If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to surrender now." "Giant demon sex patriarch? Immortal envoy?" The white-clothed youth sneered when he heard this. "You're just lackeys of the immortal palace. If there's a next life, I'll make a comeback and destroy all of you." "Stubborn." The giant demon sex patriarch snorted coldly and looked at Elder Chu. "I'll give you an hour. If you can't take down this person, kill yourself as an apology." In front of the Thunder Immortal Envoy, if the giant demon sect could not even deal with a perfected, nascent soul junior, not only would the Immortal Envoy look down on them, they would also become a laughingstock. Yes, sensing the killing intent in the former's words, Elder Chu's heart turned cold. He immediately looked at the white-clothed youth and turned around. "Brat, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then die." End of this chapter. Chapter 1334. With that, Elder Chu immediately let out a loud shout and spat out a white blade from his mouth. It immediately turned into a white bone blade that was filled with dense, baleful yin qi. At the next moment, his figure flashed, and he charged at the white-clothed young man like lightning. The killing intent in his eyes almost materialized. Buzz! Right at this moment, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling sense of danger coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw 100-meter-long strand of sword qi that pierced through the sky. The sword qi tore through space and whistled towards him. Bleck! Elder Chu did not even have the time to react or scream before he was sliced into two by the sword. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. The sudden scene shocked everyone. They looked at Yi Wuxuang, who was behind Yi Qin, at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock. The giant puppet sex patriarch stared at Yi Wuxuang with an extremely terrible expression. Lord Immortal Envoy, what do you mean by this? Elder Chu was one of the only two god transformation stage divine lords in the giant puppet sect. But he was killed by Yi Wuxuang with a single strike. That strike was so fast that even he did not have time to stop it, causing the chill in his heart to increase. Even the white-clothed young man in the distance did not expect that to happen. He could not help but look at Yi Qin and the rest. He could not help but tremble when he noticed Yi Wuxuang and Xiao He behind Yi Qin. His face suddenly turned extremely red, as if he had recognized something. Immortal Envoy? Yi Qin suddenly scoffed when he met the giant puppet sex patriarch's gaze. Look at who I am! At the next moment, his body and face began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths of time, he had returned to his original appearance. The giant puppet sex patriarch's expression finally changed. He looked at Yi Qin in shock and anger. Who are you? Are you surprised? Yi Qin looked at him coldly. I'm the rebel from the lower realm that you mentioned. The original Wind Immortal Envoy and Thunder Immortal Envoy have already died in my hands. The moment that was said, heaven and earth fell silent. The giant puppet sex patriarch felt like a bolt out of the blue. His ears were ringing as he looked at Yi Qin in shock. Rebel from the lower realm. He even killed the Thunder Immortal and Wind Immortal messengers. What terrified him the most was that this person had changed into Thunder's celestial representative's face and swaggered around in front of him, yet he wasn't able to see through him. With this in mind, the giant puppet sex ancestor tried to break through the void to escape, only to find that the surrounding space had been sealed. He roared as he activated his soul formation mid-stage cultivation with all his might, and his body shot into the distance like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he roared in his heart. Thunder Immortal Envoy and Wind Immortal Envoy were both at the mid-stage of soul formation and had received the inheritance of the Immortal Palace. Even the two of them weren't this person's match, let alone this old man. This person couldn't be defeated. He had to escape and think of a way to notify Immortal Palace in the future. As long as Immortal Palace's experts took action, this person would undoubtedly die. However, in the next moment, his body could not help but pause. Yi Wuxuang suddenly appeared in the void before him. The giant puppet sex ancestor's heart trembled, and he immediately changed direction, only to be met by Ancestor Azure's spirit. Following that, it was the heavenly ghost sex patriarch, Thousand Illusion Fairy, and the others who blocked off all his paths of retreat. The giant puppet sex patriarch was on the verge of vomiting blood. Old Man Azure's spirit, good job! How dare you betray Immortal Palace? Go on your way, giant puppet sect. Ancestor Azure's spirit smirked coldly. Boom! The four of them attacked instantly. Yi Qin retracted his gaze and glanced at the cultivator, counting money in the distance. Then he turned to Xiao He, who was next to him, and said, I'll leave them to you. Remember, don't leave a single one alive. All right. Xiao He grinned, and with a flash of his body, he immediately charged towards the thousands of cultivators with a cold gaze. In an instant, the world was filled with screams. Yi Chen carried his daughter and walked towards the young man in white step by step. Eventually, he stopped and said, "Brother Shi, I'm sorry to scare you." The black energy in Shi Qianhan's eyes gradually faded, and a bitter smile appeared on his pale face. "I really didn't expect Brother Yi to come and save me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Meng Meng immediately became nervous. "Daddy, what happened to Uncle Shi?" Yi Chen shook his head and sighed softly. "He's fine. He just used power that shouldn't have belonged to him and overexerted himself." Giant Puppet City. As the giant puppet sex patriarch and the thousands of cultivators present were killed, Yi Chen transformed into the giant puppet sex patriarch again and took control of the huge city. In the luxurious city governor's mansion, Yi Chen looked at Shi Qianhan, who had just woken up with a complicated expression, and said, "Brother Shi, you've gone astray." Through the examination, he had already found out about Shi Qianhan's physical condition. He seemed to have obtained the inheritance of the devil world, and this so-called inheritance was definitely related to Shi Qianhan's pair of demonic eyes. That pair of demonic eyes was definitely the product of a fallen devil world almighty. It was difficult to change its ferocity, and it still existed. Astray? Shi Qianhan looked at him and smiled bitterly. "Brother Yi, can you tell me what the right path is? What is the wrong path?" Yi Chen fell silent. Seeing that he did not speak, Shi Qianhan mumbled, "It seems to be the sword sect of Shang Santian's Kunlun ruins. The Heavenly Thunder sect seems to be the righteous path to outsiders, right? But what did they do? It's like the Immortal Palace. They have immortals in their name, but what's the difference between them and devils?" He stared at Yi Chen with mockery at the corner of his lips. "I don't believe in the right path now. As long as it can give me power and make me stronger, it's the right path. At the very least, I have the ability to protect others. There's something wrong with the origin of your demonic eyes. If you continue like this, I'm afraid it'll take over." Yi Chen frowned and said, "Most importantly, if you cultivate to a certain level in the future, I'm afraid you won't be able to become an immortal, much less ascend to the immortal world. You'll only fall into the devil world. So what?" Shi Qianhan's gaze was firm. "If only the devil world can tolerate me, then I, Shi Qianhan, am willing to become a demon. I'll bury the immortals above the 9 heavens and suppress the demons below the 9 hells. That's all I have to say." Seeing that he had already made up his mind, Yi Chen could only shake his head and say, "What exactly happened in the ancient, desolate realm? What are you doing here?" As soon as he said that, monstrous black energy surged in Shi Qianhan's eyes again. Finally, he moved slightly. "The ancient, desolate realm has been destroyed." Yi Chen was shocked when he heard that. He then asked, "What exactly happened?" "Not long after you left, the Immortal Palace sent people to the lower realm." Shi Qianhan looked at him blankly and said, "I heard from the Patriarch of Hell that the 2 people who came to the lower realm were very powerful. They were at the late stage, soul formation stage. The many emperors thrown in the ancient, desolate realm were no match for them. Many sects were destroyed, and many powerhouses died." End of this chapter. Chapter 1335. The North Sea Dragon subduing Hall was destroyed. All the powerhouses were killed. Only my foster father and I escaped. The old heavenly venerable, the radiant patriarch, Fairy Yuqing, Zen master Bao Xian of the Pure World Zen sect, and the rest were not afraid of death. They resolutely chose to fight the people from the Immortal Palace. At this point, tears of blood flowed from Shi Qianhan's eyes. "They're all dead, especially the old heavenly venerable. In order to protect us, he chose to self-destruct. What about the Patriarch of Hell?" Yi Chen closed his eyes. His heart ached slightly. "How are the Patriarch of Hell and my parents?" "Fortunately, there's the Patriarch of Hell." Shi Qianhan took a deep breath in and said, "The 2 people from the Immortal Palace split into 2 groups. One of them headed straight for the various forces, while the other headed for a Huang kingdom." He could not help but glance at Yi Chen. The person who went to a Huang kingdom came for you. In the end, you weren't there, and the patriarch of hell fought him. What happened? Yi Chen asked. Dead. Shi Qianhan smiled sinisterly. That person was killed by the patriarch of hell, but the patriarch seems to be injured. Moreover, the empress of a Huang kingdom, Jiang Lei, is also dead. Yi Chen could imagine how tragic the battle was when he heard that. The patriarch of hell was only at the beginner stage god transformation stage, but he was able to kill a late stage god transformation stage cultivator. Even though he was a tribulation stage cultivator in his previous life, he had to pay a huge price to achieve that. However, it was a pity for the empress of a Huang kingdom, Jiang Lei. Before this, Yi Chen could tell the relationship between him and the patriarch. Now that Jiang Lei was dead, the patriarch must be feeling terrible. Thinking to this point, he could not help but ask, what happened after that? Shi Qianhan said in a deep voice, after the patriarch killed one person, the other person descended. In the end, the patriarch destroyed his body, and his primordial spirit fled frantically. It seemed to have escaped back to the immortal palace. Even though he knew that the patriarch was extraordinary, Yi Chen could not help but secretly gasp when he heard that. With his cultivation base at beginner stage god transformation stage, he had fought 2 late stage god transformation stage powerhouses consecutively. He had killed one and crippled the other. Later, the ancestor endured his injuries and gathered all of us who were still alive. Shi Qianhan glanced at Yi Chen. Your parents are among them. The patriarch brought us to this firmament, purple world through the passage that the people of the immortal palace used to descend. Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that his parents were fine. He then said, why were you alone then? Shi Qianhan shook his head and said, when we passed through the spatial channel, the ancestor's injuries worsened and he was unable to stabilize the spatial channel. He could only protect your parents while we fell into the rift. When I woke up, I found myself in Giant Puppet City. When he spoke to this point, his eyes became cold. I believe you can guess what happened next. The Giant Puppet sect received the Immortal Palace's wanted order and discovered my whereabouts. As such, they sent people to capture me. Does that mean you've been separated? Yi Chen's heart gradually sank. Although he was sure that the old ancestor and the others would be fine in the space channel, the old ancestor was injured. Coming to the firmament purple world, his life would be in danger at any time. Moreover, the firmament purple world was much larger than the ancient barren world. The 4 major regions were even more boundless. How could it be easy for him to find them so quickly? Right. At this moment, Shi Qianhan seemed to have thought of something. He looked at him and said, when we entered the space channel, the old ancestor left a divine consciousness imprint on each of us. After saying that, he slowly stretched out his hand. On his wrist, there was a black mark. The mark was very faint, and it faintly flickered with a red light. It's indeed the old ancestor's divine consciousness imprint. Yi Chen took a few looks, and his eyes lit up. But what does this red light represent? Is it where the old ancestor is? No. Shi Qianhan shook his head and said, the old ancestor once said that this imprint can allow the people closest to us to sense each other. The closer we are, the more obvious the fluctuations of the imprint will be. This red light should be my foster father and the rest. Hall, Master Bei Yun, and the rest? Yi Chen could not help but squint and say, if that's the case, the most important thing now is to find Hall, Master Bei Yun, and the rest. Perhaps we can sense the old ancestors' whereabouts from the imprint on their bodies. He was very worried about the old ancestors' safety. After all, he was able to kill a late-stage god, transformation stage cultivator, and cripple the body of a late-stage god, transformation stage cultivator. He must have suffered serious injuries. Shi Qianhan said that even when the spatial tunnel collapsed, he still protected his parents. In other words, it was very likely that his parents were with the old ancestor. As long as he found the old ancestor, he would be able to find his parents. Yi Qin stood up immediately and looked at Shi Qianhan as he thought to this point, "Brother Shi, there's no time to lose. Come with me now." Fortunately, there were still 6 days before the Immortal Palace's dual cultivation ceremony. He still had time. 1,000 kilometers south of Giant Puppet City. Shi Qianhan lowered his head and looked at the divine consciousness imprint on his wrist. The red light was getting brighter. Foster father and the rest should be in the south. It seems like they're 10,000 kilometers away from us. That's right. Yi Qin nodded and said, "It's 10,000 kilometers away. We'll be able to get there in half an hour. I hope they can hold on. By the way, Brother Yi." Shi Qianhan suddenly lifted his head and looked at Yi Qin. "After you left, there was news from the Tianfeng Sea area. Young Mistress Mu's grave was struck by lightning." Yi Qin paused immediately. After Mu Kaiwei died in the Jade Lake sacred ground, her body was escorted back to the Tianfeng Sea region and buried beside her mother's grave. But now it had actually been struck by lightning. Shi Qianhan looked at him and said, "Not only was it hacked, but even the body inside has disappeared." Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Could it be that someone stole it? Even though he and Mu Kaiwei had already gone their separate ways, there was no longer any grudges between the two of them after her death. After all, the dead were the most important. Now that her corpse had disappeared, it caused him to feel a little angry. "Not sure," Shi Qianhan said. "However, I have personally gone to her grave in the Tianfeng Sea area to investigate. I found that although there are traces of lightning striking the ground, there is an incomparably powerful vitality and spiritual energy. That vitality and spiritual energy caused many supreme medicines to be born within 1,000 feet of Miss Mu's tomb. It was so much so that even 10,000-year-old ginseng grew in the coffin." Yi Chen's eyes flashed indiscernibly upon hearing that. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Also, Yi Dongli's body has disappeared." Shi Qianhan revealed another piece of important news. After you left, his body was buried by the Yi family from the Forbidden Sea. However, it disappeared along with Miss Mu's body. Is it a coincidence? Yi Qin squinted and mumbled, "Yi Dongli, don't tell me you're not dead. Is it time for the scheme you've set up for 10,000 years to come to an end? But why did you take Mu Kaiwei away?" Thinking to this point, a cold smirk gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. "If you continue to be my enemy, don't blame me for ignoring the bloodline relationship between us." P.S. Chapter 4 explained the reason why I didn't update yesterday. The day before yesterday, I went back to my hometown to sweep the grave and caught a cold. When I returned that night, I had a headache, but I still gritted my teeth and wrote 3 chapters. In the end, when I woke up yesterday morning, I could not take it anymore. I just returned from the county hospital today, and I'm much better now. I didn't even have time to eat and insisted on writing 4 chapters. I'll update 4 chapters for now. 5 chapters tomorrow, which means 9 chapters in 2 days. It's equivalent to 3 days of updates. There will be more in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 1336. South of Dang Province, All Heaven Region, by the edge of 3-Star Mountain. The mountain range stretched out continuously, imposing and majestic. It was verdant and lush, ancient trees that reached into the heavens covering everything. However, the ground was filled with a strong killing intent and the pungent smell of blood. Kill! Fierce battle cries scattered the clouds. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the ground was covered with figures. They were all wearing the same clothes. On their chests were the same black and white patterns. If there were outsiders here, they would find that all of them were from the Immortal Palace. Many people from the Immortal Palace stared at the narrow mountain peak in the distance with bloodthirsty and murderous intent. There were figures dressed differently from the Immortal Palace there, but there were only a dozen of them. However, Their current situation was not good. Their auras were weak and their bodies were stained with blood. They seemed to be at the end of their rope. Kill! There were cultivators rushing up from the foot of the mountain, but they were all beaten back by these dozen people. Even so, if this continued, these dozen people would definitely be exhausted. Die. The Emperor of the Xia, son of Heaven Hua, killed a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator with a single strike. Blood splashed all over his face, and he took a few steps back. Feeling the exhaustion from his dantian, Emperor Hua Tianzi looked at the purple-clothed man not far away with red eyes. Brother Baiming, there are too many of them. If this continues, we will die for sure. His heart was bleeding. The ancient barren world was destroyed. He watched as countless friends, family, and even commoners died in the hands of the immortal palace cultivators. At that moment, he realized that, so what if he was the emperor of the Xia dynasty? He still felt powerless before the immortal palace. 2 people. The immortal palace only sent out 2 people. But the result was the deaths of Emperor Baiming, Buddhist Master Bao Xian, Ancestor Guang, and others. He hated it. He hated himself for being useless. However, they finally escaped to the purple world. Before they could even catch their breath, they were surrounded by the cultivators of the immortal palace. Now, they were forced to this lonely mountain peak. There were originally more than 30 people in their group, but now less than half of them were left, and some of them are still dying. Hearing his furious roar, the North Sea Palace Master killed a person with a palm and roared, "Brother Hua, all of you leave. I'll cover the rear." No. Emperor Hua smiled tragically. "I'm about to leave the ancient barren world. How can I leave you all behind? If you want to leave, we'll leave together. That's right, let's go together. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight them to the death. It's enough to drag them down with us before we die. I believe that Emperor Lord Yi will take revenge for us in the future. Kill. Rather die than surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, he received the approval of the remaining 14 people. Among them were the remaining emperors, throne cultivators from the various clans of the ancient barren world. Their eyes were filled with hatred and madness. "None of you will escape today." At this moment, a clap of thunder exploded in the sky. Then, lightning appeared in the sky. As soon as he landed on the ground, he transformed into a man in a snow-white robe. The man's entire body was surging with lightning, as if he was an immortal who controlled lightning. "Greetings, Lightning Envoy." The people from the Immortal Palace who surrounded the North Sea Hall Masters group all knelt down on one knee. They were extremely respectful. Lowly rebels from the lower world. The envoy looked at the North Sea Palace Masters group with disdain. He mocked. "If you were still willing to be enslaved by the Immortal Palace, would you have fallen to this state today?" Bah! As soon as he finished speaking, an Emperor's throne cultivator behind Emperor Hua sneered. "Your Immortal Palace has enslaved our ancient barren world for 10,000 years. We've been sick of it for a long time and want to tear you all to pieces." "Well said." Another person said tragically, "We've been dogs for 10,000 years. So what if we survived? We've lost our Tao hearts a long time ago. What's the difference between us and the walking dead?" "Shameless boasting." The envoy sneered. "Today I'll give you all one more chance. As long as you're willing to kneel and swear loyalty to the Immortal Palace, I can spare your lives." "Swear loyalty to the Immortal Palace?" Emperor Hua chuckled in disdain. "You've killed so many people from the ancient barren world. I'll remember this blood feud. I only hate that I don't have the ability to destroy you all. Dogs of the Immortal Palace, there's no need to waste words." The North Sea Palace Master said coldly with a determined expression, "Everyone here is from the ancient barren world. None of us are afraid of death." The envoy's eyes turned cold. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll send you on your way." With that, he waved his hand and a chilling voice came from his mouth. "Kill, leave no one alive." "Kill." As his voice fell, the thousands of cultivators present immediately surged out, each activating their true essence, magic treasures, and divine abilities. Surging power surged in the world. Ha ha ha! The North Sea Palace Master couldn't help but laugh tragically. I didn't think that my Kunlun would end up like this after dominating the ancient barren world for thousands of years. However, if I can kill a few more dogs of the immortal palace before I die, my life won't be in vain. Kill. With that, he took a step forward. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger, and the wrinkles on his face could be seen with the naked eye. Obviously, he chose to burn his life force. Brother North Sea, I've always been unconvinced by you. The emperor of the Xia dynasty laughed. However, I have no choice but to accept your actions today. If there's a next life, we'll definitely drink to our heart's content. Dogs of the immortal palace, let's die together. In the next moment, his originally tall and sturdy body suddenly expanded several times, and he charged towards the immortal palace's lightning immortal envoy with a terrifying power. Father, seeing this, the princess of the Xia dynasty, Hua Qianren, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Self-destruct? The lightning envoy's expression didn't change as he watched the emperor of the Xia dynasty charge at him. Instead, he sneered, "It's just a last-ditch struggle." In the next moment, he stretched out his hand, and between his slightly withered fingers, a terrifying bolt of lightning immediately emerged. Swoosh! The emperor of the Xia dynasty, who was about to self-destruct, felt a bolt of lightning attack him. His body trembled violently, and he immediately lost consciousness, falling from the sky. Brother Hua. In the distance, the North Sea Palace Master was already covered in blood and looked extremely old. He couldn't help but be furious after seeing this. The lightning envoy grabbed him from afar and looked at him with a cruel expression. "Killing you will be too easy on you. I'll make you beg for death." Right at that moment, a calm voice slowly came from the void. "How dare you bully my friend?" Chapter 1337. The voice was neither loud nor soft, but every single word reverberated through the world, exploding in everyone's minds. At that moment, everyone stopped fighting at the same time and looked around in shock. Under everyone's gaze, several figures suddenly appeared in the air. It was Yi Qin and the rest. The lightning immortal envoy lifted his head abruptly and stared at Yi Qin and the rest. His eyes were filled with shock. With his cultivation base, he did not even sense Yi Qin's aura. If Yi Qin had ambushed him earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable as Yi Qin and the rest appeared. Hall Master Bei Yin, Emperor Hua, and the rest immediately recognized them. "Emperor Yi! Emperor Yi!" Voices filled with excitement and disbelief came from the dozen or so people. Some of them were so excited that they cried, while others roared at the top of their lungs. Yi Qin smiled at them lightly. Then his gaze turned cold. He took a step toward the lightning immortal envoy with a flash. The lightning immortal envoy was shocked. He retreated immediately and stared at Yi Qin. "Who are you?" Yi Qin looked at the great Xia emperor in his hand quietly and said calmly, "Give me fellow Hua, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll grind your bones into ashes." The lightning immortal envoy's expression was extremely grim. He could not see through Yi Qin's cultivation base. There was clearly no spiritual energy fluctuation on Yi Qin's body, but he gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. His intuition told him that Yi Qin was not to be trifled with. His expression changed a few times as he thought to this point. He immediately tossed the great Xia emperor in his hand to Yi Qin. At the same time, he retreated 3,000 meters away at an extremely fast speed. Then he pointed at the great Xia emperor. "Explode!" In that split second, he had planted the violent thunder origin crystal that he had collected in the great Xia emperor's body. If it were to explode, it would be enough to flatten a mountain. However, to his shock, there was no movement in the great Xia emperor's body after the word explode was said. On the other hand, Yi Chen looked at him with a spurious smile. Then he pointed at the top of the great Xia Emperor's head and forcefully extracted the violent thunder origin crystal. How is this possible? The lightning immortal envoy's expression changed suddenly. He did not expect Yi Chen to resolve his technique so easily. This person is at least a soul formation late stage cultivator. A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Without hesitation, he urged his body to flee. He knew very well that he was only at the soul formation mid-stage, so there was no way he was a match for a soul formation late-stage cultivator. Sizzle! At that moment, the world suddenly darkened, and a huge spatial ravine that traversed the void appeared behind him. The electric immortal ambassador had goosebumps all over his body. He turned his head abruptly and saw that Yi Chen had appeared behind him out of nowhere. "Did I say you could leave?" Yi Chen glanced at him calmly. He grabbed the air with his right hand and reached for the Thunderbolt Immortal Messenger directly. The Thunder Immortal Ambassador roared furiously. Terrifying lightning surged between his brows. However, before it could explode, Yi Chen crushed his head with his palm. Fresh blood filled the air. The Thunderbolt Immortal Envoy's divine soul quickly rushed out of his broken body and turned into a small person. With a horrified expression, he tore through the sky and fled. Retract! However, Yi Chen's sleeves suddenly expanded as if they were being blown by a giant blower. Subsequently, a terrifying and irresistible suction force came, and the Thunderbolt Immortal Envoy's divine soul roared as it was sucked into his sleeve. This series of actions was as fast as lightning, and it was completed in the blink of an eye. When everyone came back to their senses, they could not help but reveal stunned expressions, especially the people from the Immortal Palace. One of the 5 immortal ambassadors of the Immortal Palace, the mid-stage soul formation immortal envoy, was suppressed so easily. Run, run. No one knew who cried out, but it caused many people to completely collapse. They all fled into the distance with ashen faces. Yi Chen's cold gaze swept across those people one by one. Then he looked at the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest. Kill them all! Yes, when the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch heard this, they immediately erupted with their soul formation stage cultivation. They split into 3 directions and charged at the defeated people from the Immortal Palace. Not long after, the entire world was covered in blood. Corpses piled up like a mountain, and not a single person was left alive. Hall Master North Immortal and the rest watched this scene in a daze. They did not expect the situation to change so drastically. Yi Chen charged at the few of them and smiled guiltily. "Hall Master Z, I'm sorry. I'm late. Thank you for saving my life, Emperor Yi." Hall Master North Immortal looked at him with an extremely complicated expression after he returned to his senses. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Who would have thought that the young man who killed the Jade Lake's Holy Master would grow to such an extent? An existence as powerful as the Thunderbolt Immortal Envoy, who made them despair and powerless, could not resist at all in Yi Chen's hands. He was as weak as an ant. "Godfather." Shi Qianhan took a few steps forward and knelt heavily in front of Hall Master North Immortal. He said with tears in his eyes, "It's great that you're not dead." Before he came, he was extremely worried about Hall Master North Immortal. Now that he saw that the former was only injured and his life was not in danger, he could not help but cry tears of joy. "Silly child." Hall Master North Immortal patted him heavily on the shoulder. "Young master." As an excited voice sounded, a round and delicate body threw itself into Yi Chen's embrace. Yi Chen's expression froze. Subsequently, he looked at Jiu, who was in his arms, and said, "You're already so old, yet you're still so shameless." Jiu blushed, but she still hugged him tightly and refused to let go. Tears gathered in her beautiful eyes. "Young master, I thought I would never see you again in this life." The little girl felt wronged as tears streamed down her face. "The old man is dead. He was killed by the Immortal Palace's palace master to protect me. There were 3 people she was most grateful to in her life. The first was Mu Kaiwei, who adopted her. The second was Yi Qin, who introduced her to cultivation. The last was the Patriarch of Light. The 2 of them were not related by blood, but the former treated her like his own granddaughter. He would grant her every request and even died for her. All right, aren't I here now? Yi Qin shook his head and pushed her away, gently. He then looked at her and said, "Don't worry, I'll avenge the Patriarch of Light." After saying that, he could not help but turn around and size up the remaining dozen or so people. Indeed, he did not see Fairy Yuqing, the Patriarch of Light, and the rest. He sighed softly and looked at Hall Master North Immortal. "Hall Master Z, do you know the whereabouts of the Patriarch of Hell and my parents?" As soon as he said that, Hall Master North Immortal and the rest rolled up their sleeves and looked at the divine consciousness imprint on their wrists. "They're still alive." Looking at the faint flickering light in the imprint, Hall Master North Immortal could not help but exclaim in joy, "Emperor Yi, they're still alive!" End of this chapter. Chapter 1338. In the western part of the All-Heaven region, there was a winding mountain range that spanned thousands of kilometers. This mountain range looked like a giant dragon sleeping on the ground. Below the mountain range, there was a quiet valley. The valley entrance was extremely narrow and could only allow 2 people to pass through at the same time. The nearby villagers called this place the Dragon Beard Valley. Because the valley was filled with jagged rocks, it was like a completely different world. If a normal person accidentally entered, they would never be able to leave. Adding on the fact that there were fierce beasts guarding the entrance, it became a forbidden area for the nearby villagers. At this moment, the sky above the Dragon Beard Valley was filled with dark clouds. It was as if the sky could collapse at any moment. Pressure, panic. At the entrance of the valley, there was a large group of people that surrounded the entire Dragon Beard Valley. Powerful true energy filled the heavens and earth, making one's heart feel cold. This group of people had gathered almost a third of the elites of the All-Heaven region. There were no less than 5 soul formation cultivators and countless nascent soul cultivators. The world was completely silent. No one dared to break into the valley because anyone who did would die a strange death. Even soul formation cultivators were no exception. Boom! Amidst this stalemate, space suddenly trembled violently. The space exploded, and a hazy figure walked out of it. The figure gave off a dazzling light that made it impossible for people to look at him directly. He was as majestic as a mountain, and many people couldn't help but kneel on the ground. No one could clearly see the figure's face, but they could feel that it was a man, and a young man at that. He was incomparably powerful. He was like a celestial that descended into the mortal world, causing people's hearts to tremble. The only thing they could see was his star-like eyes. Someone from the celestial palace. Thinking about this, everyone trembled violently and knelt down on the ground. They didn't dare to show any disrespect. This was because in the heavenly purple realm, in the All-Heaven region, the celestial palace was a god high above. They ignored everything, and everyone looked up to them. At this moment, a soul formation cultivator in black walked up and knelt before the young figure. He respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Highness." As his voice fell, the silent crowd was immediately stirred up a storm in their hearts. "Your Highness," that young great figure from the Immortal Palace, the only son of the Immortal Palace Lord who was known as the #1 pride of heaven in the heavenly purple realm. "Qi Huang." The young figure gazed into the valley. "Is he inside?" He was a man of few words and seemed to look down on everything. As soon as he spoke, everyone could tell that he was an extremely confident and powerful person. The soul formation stage elder nodded and said, "That's right, this person hid in there with his people. Because there's an old dragon helping him, we haven't been able to attack. Are you the South Mountains Dragon King?" Qi Huang seemed to be asking, but his eyes landed on the valley entrance. He said indifferently, "Southern Ridge Dragon King. You dare to help my immortal palace's enemy?" As soon as these words were spoken, they rumbled and exploded in the heavens and the earth like rolling thunder, and they even blasted the entire valley to the point it was on the verge of collapse. Everyone kneeled lower and lower, all of them trembling with fear. This was the dignity of a mortal palace, Lord's only son. When someone heard the words Southern Ridge Dragon King, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. 10,000 years ago, the people of the Dang province saw a dragon fly into the sky, speak the human language, move clouds and rain, and call himself the South Mountains Dragon King. After the dragon accepted the sacrifices and worship of the people, it rode the clouds and disappeared. No one would have thought that it would hide in Dragonbeard Valley. Your Highness Chi Huang, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Why are you so ruthless? At the same time, an incomparably old voice slowly came from the valley. Why don't you give this old man face and let it go? I promise that they won't be enemies with your immortal palace in the future. You refuse a toast to drink a forfeit. Chi Huang's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, "Today, your Dragonbeard Valley will be destroyed." As he spoke, his figure flickered and his clothes tore through the void. He directly stepped into the air towards the entrance of the valley. "I'd like to see how you're going to stop me." His black hair was loose, and he had the aura of a monarch. At that moment, a giant hand suddenly slapped out from within the valley. The giant hand was like a dark cloud covering the sky. "Stubborn fool!" Chi Huang snorted coldly. A void halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. The halberd shone resplendently and surged with divine light. It smashed forward with incomparable force. Dang! The world trembled violently and the void collapsed. A shocking streak of red blossomed, as if blood had scattered across the sky. Break! Chi Huang was incomparably terrifying. With the void halberd in his hand, he slashed towards the entrance of the valley. A deafening noise rang out, shaking the world. Boom! The entrance of the valley that everyone thought was indestructible was destroyed on the spot. Terrifying energy poured out like a flood. He was worthy of being the most monstrous descendant of the immortal palace. Countless people shivered in fear. In the next moment, Chi Huang wielded the void halberd and rushed into the valley in an incomparably domineering manner. Follow him. Seeing that one person had rushed in, the remaining people from the immortal palace looked at each other and then jumped in with murderous intent. Killing intent filled the world. In the Dragon Whisker Valley, there was a thatched hut under a waterfall. Countless deer were happily playing outside the fence. If one looked closely, they would discover that outside the grass hut, there was a middle-aged couple staring at the deer in the distance in a daze. The middle-aged couple was Yi Chen's parents. Yi Hai looked at the deer that was sizing him up timidly. He could not help but think of Yi Chen and Meng Meng. He sighed softly. I wonder where Xiao Chen is. Xiao Chen arrived at the purple world before us. Wu Lan said worriedly, logically speaking, there should be some commotion, but why is it so calm now? At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned pale. Oldie, do you think something happened to Xiao Chen? Yi Hai immediately fell silent. He had witnessed the power of the immortal palace. They had only sent 2 people, but they had almost destroyed the entire ancient, desolate realm. Even the old ancestor was injured because of it. Thinking to this point, Yi Hai could not help but look up at the waterfall above his head. He was worried. I wonder how the patriarch's injuries are recovering. The patriarch has the help of old Mr. Nanling. He should be fine. Wu Lan could not help but comfort him. She was also extremely worried. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire valley shook violently. Yi Hai and his wife almost lost their balance, and their expressions changed at the same time. At the next moment, a green rainbow shot over and turned into an old man with white hair and long eyebrows in gray clothes. The old man's eyebrows were like willow branches that rippled in the wind. He held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand, and his body trembled like a candle in the wind. Old Mr. Nanling, Yi Hai, and Wu Lan immediately went up to him, seeing the blood at the corner of the former's mouth. They could not help but ask worriedly, "Are you all right?" Chapter 1339. The formation I set up outside has been broken. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the long-browed old man's mouth. He sighed faintly and said, "The people from the Immortal Palace are attacking. For the sake of your safety, you should leave quickly." Yi Hai and Wu Lan's faces paled when they heard that. "This old man is useless. That's all I have to say." The long-browed old man shook his head. Then he looked in the direction of the waterfall and moved his lips slightly. "Fellow Yellow Spring," before he could finish speaking. A seemingly weak voice came from the waterfall. "There's no need to say anything. The old ancestor already knows." Under the gazes of the three of them, a black-clothed youth shot down from the waterfall and immediately revealed the figure of the old ancestor Yellow Spring. At this moment, the old ancestor Yellow Spring's face was as pale as paper. He couldn't help but look at the entrance of the valley coldly. These people's noses are really like dogs. They found this place so quickly. "Old ancestor, are you all right?" Yi Hai asked worriedly. "I won't die." The old ancestor grinned and then said to the long-browed old man, "Fellow Nanling, thank you for taking us in this time. I won't forget it in the future. Old man Yi, let's go." After saying that, he waved his sleeve and immediately wrapped Yi Hai and his wife up to leave. "Where are you going?" However, at this moment, a deafening voice suddenly exploded in the valley. In an instant, a golden figure streaked across the sky, approaching from afar, and finally stopped less than 100 feet away from the old ancestor, Yellow Spring, and the others. It was Chi Huang. He was tall, slender, and strong. His entire body was wrapped in hazy runes, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. Only his eyes were as intimidating as lightning. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and he held the void halberd in his hand. He stood proudly in the world as if he was overlooking everything in the world. Behind him, there were countless figures with powerful auras that turned into streaks of light that shot over and surrounded the old ancestor Yellow Spring and the others. Their killing intent almost shook the world. Yi Hai and Wu Lan's expressions were extremely terrified and close to despair. The long-browed old man's expression changed slightly. "Fellow Yellow Spring, this person is the only son of the Immortal Palace's Chi Daolin, Chi Huang. Turns out it's that Immortal Palace old dog's child." Old ancestor Yellow Spring narrowed his eyes as he sized up Chi Huang. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. "Your father actually only sent you. You've truly disappointed me." Chi Huang's calm and tranquil face sank a little. The hazy magic symbols on his body became more and more dazzling. Faintly, a power that could make people shiver started to disperse. This was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. Impudent. Without waiting for him to speak, an Immortal Palace expert berated, "You all dare be rude to His Highness!" The rest of the experts from the Immortal Palace stared at old ancestor Yellow Spring and the others with murderous intent, as if they were waiting for Chi Huang's order. "Your dog is really good at barking." Old ancestor Yellow Spring ignored that person and fixed his gaze on Chi Huang. "I know you wouldn't dare to come here alone. Call out the person I've defeated. Are you that confident that I'm not your opponent?" Chi Huang smiled noncommittally. Divine light surged from his body. "Back then, even though you killed my Palace Lord Feng in the lower realms, and even destroyed Palace Lord Hu's physical body, you were also injured. I presume that you don't have much strength left, right? You can try." Old ancestor Yellow Spring sneered. His gaze shot into the void and his voice was like thunder. "Hall Master Hua, your defeated opponent has been completely scared out of his wits by me. Does he not dare to show himself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sneer came from the void. "Little yellow spring, do you only know how to use your tongue? Buzz!" As the voice faded, a red-robed man slowly walked out of the distorted void. His eyes were like two scorching suns. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying heat was emitted from his body. Hall Master Hua, one of the 5 great hall masters of the Immortal Palace. Seeing the newcomer, the hearts of the people kneeling on the ground trembled. Then they all knelt on one knee. The Immortal Palace had a total of 5 hall masters. Their strength was second only to the Immortal Palace Master Chi Daolin. They were all at the late stage of soul formation and were proficient in wind, fire, thunder, and rain. Some people were extremely shocked. In order to deal with an injured person, His Highness Qi Huang and Hall Master had to personally come. You defeated opponent. You were lucky that day to keep your worthless life. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring seemed to size him up disdainfully. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. "I thought you would need 1.5 years to recover your physical body. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Ha ha ha." Hall Master Hua immediately burst into laughter, shaking the surroundings. "Then I have to thank His Highness Qi for finding me an excellent physical body and even taking out the Tiani soul water to help me." Tiani soul water. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring's pupils shrank. "I didn't expect your Immortal Palace to have such a thing." The so-called Tiani soul water was something that could help people recover. If someone's physical body was destroyed, they could use the Tiani soul water to recover in a short period of time. Of course, the Tiani soul water was not a divine medicine. It did not have the effect of reviving the dead. If the other party died because their lifespan was up, the Tiani soul water would be useless. Old Man Nanling, how dare you take in a rebel from the lower realm right under the Immortal Palace's nose? Hall Master will look down at the long-browed elder. "Today is the day you die." The long-browed elder's expression changed slightly. He then sighed. "Fine, looks like I can't avoid it today." Then he took a step forward and charged at Hall Master Hua. "Hall Master Hua, if you were still at your peak, I might be a little afraid of you. However, you've been injured this time. Although you've recovered your physical body, your strength has declined. Even if my strength has declined, killing you is still as easy as flipping my hand." Hall Master Hua smiled coldly and attacked. Roar! Under everyone's gaze, the long-browed elder let out a long roar and turned into a giant white dragon that was more than 100 meters long. Its enormous body practically filled up half the sky and blocked out all light, causing the expressions of many experts from the Immortal Palace to change greatly. A white dragon that's about to step into the mid-divine transformation stage? No wonder you're so confident to go against the Immortal Palace. Qi Huang looked around and chuckled. He looked at old Ancestor Huang Quan and said, "You're only at the early divine transformation stage, yet you can kill Hall Master Feng, who is at the late divine transformation stage. You're quite capable." At this point, an unquestionable aura surged out of his eyes. "I'll give you a chance now. If you're willing to submit to me, I can spare your life." "Bastard, you're quite arrogant." Old Ancestor Huang Quan immediately became furious. "When I was dominating the world, your father was still in his mother's womb." What a pity! Qi Huang was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at old Ancestor Huang Quan with pity. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me." Chapter 1340. Let's fight. Qi Huang said softly. His black hair was scattered, and the void halberd in his hand immediately erupted with terrifying power. It was as if an immortal king had descended into the world. Boom! The void halberd tore through the void and slashed towards the old ancestor of Yellow Spring. Terrifying runes fluctuated violently, shaking the sky. The first strike seemed to be able to make the sky collapse. So powerful! Is this the #1 genius of the Immortal Palace? Seeing this scene, the expressions of many experts from the Immortal Palace changed drastically. They had a premonition that even a trace of that terrifying power was enough to destroy them. Not only them, but even the intermediate soul formation experts from the Immortal Palace were also extremely fearful. You too, step back. The old ancestor of Yellow Spring had a serious expression. He then swept his sleeve and directly swept Yi and Wu Lan away. Be careful, old ancestor. Yi was extremely worried as he exhorted. He only hated himself for not having the strength to help the old ancestor. He could only be a burden to the old ancestor. Come at me. The old ancestor of Yellow Spring took a deep breath, ignoring the pain of his meridians being torn. He forcefully mobilized his spiritual essence and turned it into a giant hand that slapped towards Qi Huang. Clang! The void trembled and the sound was deafening. After the two terrifying powers collided, a loud noise that sounded like a landslide immediately erupted. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Qi Huang took several steps back, and the void halberd in his hand trembled incessantly. The old ancestor of Yellow Spring only felt the web between his thumb and index finger go numb, and he couldn't help but frown. Qi Huang was indeed powerful. No wonder he was known as the #1 genius of the Immortal Palace. His attack just now was equivalent to the full strength of an intermediate soul formation cultivator. It was enough to kill any intermediate soul formation cultivator, but it only made Qi Huang take a few steps back. The old ancestor of Yellow Spring had a premonition that even if he was at his full strength, it would be difficult for him to kill Qi Huang as an early soul formation cultivator. Not bad. Qi Huang's black hair fluttered in the wind. He clenched the void halberd in his hand and looked at the old ancestor of Yellow Spring with admiration. You can still unleash such power after suffering such heavy injuries. At this point, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, Unfortunately, you can't use that kind of attack many times. Buzz. As the void trembled, Qi Huang instantly disappeared, tearing through the sky and appearing on the left side of Patriarch Yellow Spring in an extremely bizarre manner. His halberd swept across the sky and slashed at Patriarch Yellow Spring's left arm in a domineering manner. Is this the Void Rend? An Immortal Palace expert who saw this scene was first stunned, and then he couldn't help but cry out, Your Highness actually cultivated this divine ability. The old ancestor, Nether Spring's figure flashed in an unhurried manner, and he instantly avoided this lethal strike. After that, he opened his mouth and spat out a black flying sword that instantly transformed into a dark ray of light that shot out violently. The ghostly light pierced through the air, faintly carrying the intent of extinction. Qi Huang's expression changed slightly. He was very decisive and quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved the void halberd in his hand and slashed at the ghostly light. Boom! Terrifying energy immediately burst out, and Patriarch Yellow Spring was the first to be blasted away by such energy. Pooh! Scarlet blood flowed out of his mouth, and his face was completely pale. CKU. If I wasn't injured and exhausted my true essence, how could I allow you to be so arrogant? Patriarch. In the distance, Yi and Wu Lan could not help but exclaim when they saw the Patriarch vomiting blood. Then they could not help but rush over and help the old ancestor Yellow Spring up. Patriarch, are you all right? Wu Lan was about to cry. Don't worry about us. Leave quickly. They definitely can't stop you. The old ancestor Yellow Spring had done a lot for them. They really could not bear to see the former die to save them. Patriarch, the two of us are just a burden to you. You should leave. We won't blame you. Yi also shed tears, as long as you see Little Chen in the future and ask him to take revenge for us. What a touching scene! As a seemingly mocking voice was heard, Qi Huang walked over again and looked down at the three of them. Qi Huang looked at the old ancestor Yellow Spring as if he was looking at ants. I told you, you're not my match when you're injured. The old ancestor Yellow Spring's expression changed continuously. Are you going to force me to use that move? He was a tribulation almighty in his previous life, so he naturally had countless life-saving methods. However, he would not use them unless he had no other choice. It's over! Qi Huang muttered softly and swung the void halberd in his hand at the three of them. Terrifying energy whizzed down. Wu Lan leaned tightly into Yi Hai's embrace. The latter also had a look of despair on his face. He hugged her tightly and smiled bitterly. Little Qin, you unfilial son. I'm about to die, but you're not coming to send me off. Looking at that scene, the struggle in the old ancestor Yellow Spring's eyes no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by a hint of determination. He seemed to be muttering, Fellow Yi, if I don't die, you must find 1,800 young models for me. Just as his finger seals were changing crazily, the space in front of him suddenly distorted violently. Subsequently, the wind and clouds changed, and thunder rumbled in all directions. Vaguely, a skinny figure shot out from the distorted space and appeared in the sky above their heads. That's the old ancestor Yellow Spring's movements froze. He looked at the extremely blurry figure in a daze. Fellow Yi? It's that brat Little Qin? Yi Hai, who was already in despair, was also stunned. Then he could not help but smile bitterly. Is it an illusion before death? At the same time, Hall Master Hua, the long-browed elder, and countless Immortal Palace experts who were fighting suddenly raised their heads and looked at the figure in the sky. In the void, a thin figure stood proudly. He only extended 2 fingers and caught Qi Huang's void halberd that was rapidly slashing down. Qi Huang revealed a shocked expression. Before he could react, the figure flicked his finger lightly. In an instant, Qi Huang felt his arm go numb. Boom! The void halberd immediately let out a loud sound before turning into fragments that filled the sky. At the same time, it was accompanied by a torrent of spiritual energy that belonged to a spirit treasure. Catching the void halberd with his bare hands, shattering a spirit weapon with 2 fingers. The terrifying attack from the Immortal Palace's #1 genius, Qi Huang, was so easily broken. Blurg. Qi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and shocked. The world suddenly fell silent. Yi Qin landed on the ground and looked at his father, Yi Hai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He said, Dad, how did I become an unfilial son? Little Qin, is it really you? Yi Hai rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe everything. What he said earlier was nothing more than to vent the despair in his heart. He did not expect Yi Qin to appear as soon as he shouted it. Wu Lan was crying tears of joy. Yi Qin smiled lightly and turned to look at the old ancestor, Yellow Spring. Under the latter's dumbfounded expression, he said with a faint smile, Old ancestor, I heard your wish. Ancestor, I've heard that wish of yours. Don't worry, I'll satisfy you after this. Chapter 1341. Above Dragonbeard Valley, the sky was filled with wind and clouds, and the ground was trembling. Under everyone's gazes, the skinny figure quietly stood on the ground. He allowed the monstrous storm to strike him, but he did not move at all. When he saw Yi Qin's face clearly, the Patriarch of Hell finally squeezed out a smile on his tense expression. It's good that you're here. I didn't let you down after all. With that, his head tilted and he fell heavily to the ground. He seemed to have fainted. Yi Qin walked forward quickly and helped him up. He channeled some spiritual energy into his body, and his initially calm face had a hint of seriousness. Yi Hai walked over quickly and asked worriedly, Shaoqin, is the Patriarch all right? His injuries are severe. Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief and said while frowning, all the meridians in his body are broken, and his primordial spirit is almost exhausted. If I were a step later, the consequences... Yi Hai and Wu Lan could not help but cry when they heard that. They looked extremely guilty. It's all our fault. If it weren't for protecting your mother and me, the Patriarch wouldn't have... Shaoqin, you must not let anything happen to the Patriarch. The patriarch has done our Yi family a great favor." Wu Lan cried on the spot. Buzz, at that moment, the space shook violently. Then, several figures shot over and landed next to Yi Qin. It was Yi Wushuang and the rest who had arrived later. Even Yi Wushuang was shocked when he saw the patriarch's miserable appearance. "What's wrong with the patriarch?" "Take care of him." Yi Qin took out a medicinal pill and fed it to the patriarch. He then handed it to him and said coldly, "I want everyone to pay the price today." With that, he slowly turned around, and his eyes were suddenly covered by endless anger and coldness. He slowly walked out and raised his eyes to look at Qi Huang in the distance. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips, as if he was filled with monstrous, killing intent. The temperature between heaven and earth seemed to have cooled down at that moment. Qi Huang looked at Yi Chen with a grim expression. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the Immortal Palace's matters?" He frowned slightly. He felt that he could not see through Yi Chen. That was the reason why he was on high alert. "Your Highness, he's the rebel from the lower realm, Yi Chen." From afar, the Immortal Palace's temple master who rushed over and stood side by side with him. He stared at Yi Chen coldly. Immortal Envoy foam died in his hands. "Oh, so he's also a rebel from the ancient barren world." Qi Huang seemed to have thought of something when he heard that. He looked at Yi Chen again and said with a sneer, "My Immortal Palace has spent a lot of effort to find you. I thought you were hiding, but I didn't expect you to dare to appear. Since this Yi has appeared, there's no need for you all to leave. This can be considered a gift from this Yi to the Immortal Palace." Yi Chen laughed out of anger. A cold gleam appeared in his eyes as he took a step forward and charged at Qi Huang. Boom! It was the seemingly ordinary step, but it caused the space within 1,000 feet to collapse. At the same time, a towering killing intent soared into the sky. At that moment, Qi Huang's expression finally changed because he felt chills running down his spine as Yi Chen's aura locked onto him. He had only felt this kind of feeling from his father, the master of the Immortal Palace. Even the 5 Hall Masters had never given him this kind of feeling. "Your Highness, step back. Leave this person to me." At the critical moment, Hall Master Hua shouted. Then he moved and took the initiative to face Yi Chen. A terrifying pressure erupted immediately. His late-stage god transformation stage cultivation base was undoubtedly revealed. "You're courting death." Yi Chen snorted coldly. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his killing intent surged. He no longer concealed his cultivation base. He wanted to kill this person completely. Boom! His punch actually stirred up a hurricane, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Its might was shocking, as if the world was collapsing. "So you're just mid-stage god, transformation stage." Sensing Yi Chen's cultivation base, Hall Master Hua sneered immediately. "A mere mid-stage god transformation stage dares to attack me!" Boom! He also threw a punch forward, and it immediately turned into a huge fist wrapped in terrifying flames. Fire God's wrath! All the water vapor between heaven and earth evaporated. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the void shook incomparably, accompanied by a terrifying true origin storm. Seeing this scene, whether it was Qi Huang and the other people from the Immortal Palace, Yi Wushuang, or the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the others, their gazes froze. One was a mid-stage god transformation stage defector from the lower realm, and the other was a late-stage god transformation stage master Hua from the Immortal Palace. Who would win between the two of them? Especially the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest. They were forced to submit to Yi Chen. If Yi Chen was no match, one could imagine how miserable their fate would be in the future. Clang! With a loud explosion, the two fists collided heavily. Sparks flew in all directions, and their might shook the heavens. Buzz! At that moment, everyone felt a piercing pain in their eardrums, and their eyes felt as if they were burning. They could not help but narrow their eyes subconsciously, and even blocked their hearing. Otherwise, their eardrums would definitely rupture. Thud, thud, thud under everyone's gazes, Hall Master, whose body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he was sent flying thousands of meters away. Then he let out a muffled groan. The flesh and bones of his right hand had completely exploded, and hot blood dripped onto the ground, burning everything. It was a ghastly sight. On the other hand, Yi Chun was like a towering ancient tree rooted to the ground, unmoving. His white hair was scattered, and his eyes were so cold that they could pierce one's soul. His fist surged with a dazzling golden light, and his entire body surged with blood energy. He was like an immortal king descending to the mortal world, looking down on everything. Almost at that moment, many people's expressions changed. Even Qi Huang, who had retreated to the side to watch the battle, was no exception. Hall Master Hua was at a disadvantage in his first clash with Yi Qin? How was that possible? One was at mid-stage God transformation stage, while the other was at late-stage God transformation stage. They were not on the same level at all. Countless people were in disbelief. What powerful physical strength! Temple Master, who could not help but inhale a breath of cold air after finally dispersing the terrifying force from Yi Chen's punch. He looked at Yi Chen again. Now, I believe that you have the ability to kill that useless wind immortal messenger. However, no matter how powerful your physical body is, you're still only at mid-stage God transformation stage. What can you do to me? Boom! He suddenly let out a long roar, then pressed his palms together and roared. Flame, Dharma body, as urgent as the command, condense! As his voice fell, boom, 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 endless flames surged out from his palms and gathered in front of Qi Huang, condensing into a flame shadow. The flame shadow was 30 meters tall. It seemed to be a mysterious creature born from magma, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Is this Hall Master Hua's flame Dharma body? When an immortal palace powerhouse saw this, he could not help but gasp. Rumor has it that Hall Master Hua once went deep into the Earth's core and obtained a strange egg born from magma in a world of magma. Then he refined it into a Dharma body. End of this chapter. Chapter 1342. Hall Master Hua is getting serious. Qi Huang narrowed his eyes. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin again. Among the 5 Hall Masters of the Immortal Palace, Hall Master Hua is the strongest. I'd like to see how you die. Boom! In an instant, the gigantic flame figure walked toward Yi Qin step by step. Every step it took, a few huge pits would appear on the ground. One of them was charred black. How difficult is it to kill you? Yi Chen's killing intent was revealed. His hair flew in anger, and his eyes were filled with cold lightning. As he raised his hand, terrifying lightning poured out from his palm. Cloud with a flip of the hand, lightning with a flip of the hand. He seemed to be chanting death as he moved seriously. Collapsing universe, lightning strike! Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a sea of lightning gathered. Its aura was destructive, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. What's that? Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly might, brilliant heavenly might. Under such a terrifying scene, countless people felt insignificant from the bottom of their hearts. They could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground. Lightning technique? The Thunder Immortal Envoy's lightning technique. At that moment, Hall Master Hua's expression changed drastically. He never thought that other than the Immortal Palace's Thunder Immortal Envoy, there would be someone who was proficient in such a violent lightning technique. Die! Yi Chen's palm shot out, and endless lightning gathered into a giant lightning palm. It was like a cloud that covered the sky as it whistled down at the flame figure. Roar! The flame figure roared as its arms stretched across the sky, charging straight at the lightning palm as if it wanted to tear it apart. Boom! The lightning palm landed on its body, and a faint scream of pain exploded in the air. Then an ear-piercing crackling sound rang out. Under everyone's gazes, the flame figure was completely wrapped in lightning, and its body fell heavily to the ground. Rumble! In an instant, everything within a radius of 3,000 feet was set ablaze. Wah! Hall Master, whose face suddenly turned pale. Then he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly became extremely dispirited. His avatar was destroyed, and he was also severely injured. Deathly silence. The world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. He was defeated. Temple Master Huo was at the late divine transformation stage, but he still lost to a mid-divine transformation stage cultivator after using his flame dharma body? How is this possible? Countless people found it hard to believe. Qi Huang's originally confident expression froze, and his handsome facial features became slightly distorted. They're both in the mid-soul formation stage, so why is he able to defeat the divine Fire Palace Master? Why? It was almost a roar. He, Qi Huang, had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet he had already entered the mid-stage of the soul formation stage. He was known as the #1 genius of the Immortal Palace and even the firmament Purple Realm. Even so, he could only fight Hall Master Hua to a draw at most. However, Yi Qin, who was also at the mid-stage soul transformation stage, had defeated Hall Master Hua. It was almost unacceptable to him. It's over. Yi Chen's murderous, intense sword. His sky-encompassing hand slammed toward Temple Master Hua. He wanted to annihilate him completely. Pooh! Caught off guard, Temple Master Hua was struck heavily. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying and collapsed in midair. Whoosh! His primordial spirit quickly escaped from it as if it was trying to escape. However, Yi Qin hugged him with his arms. Boom! A terrifying vortex immediately appeared in the air, and an irresistible devouring force swept out. No. Hall Master Hua's primordial spirit roared unwillingly, but it was instantly sucked into the vortex, and his soul was completely destroyed. At that moment, the heavens and earth were dead silent. Everyone's faces were overwhelmed with shock as dense disbelief surged in their eyes. Dead. Hall Master Hua, one of the 5 Hall Masters of the Immortal Palace, was dead. Moreover, his soul had been destroyed. How was this possible? Countless people roared madly in their hearts. The Patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest, who were originally extremely nervous, were so excited that they almost cried out. They never thought that Yi Chen would be so powerful. With his cultivation base at the mid-stage soul formation stage, he killed Hall Master Hua in an incomparably domineering manner. Hall Master Hua! Qi Huang roared angrily. Before this, he had killed 2 of the Immortal Palace's Hall Masters and severely injured one. Then, the Patriarch of Hell killed another Hall Master and severely injured another. Yi Qin had killed another Hall Master. After careful calculation, there was only 1 Hall Master left among the 5 Hall Masters of the Immortal Palace. Moreover, this Hall Master was still in a half-crippled state. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold gaze lock onto him. His body immediately tensed up. Then he looked at Yi Qin, who was walking toward him, with an extremely ugly expression. As Yi Qin walked, his expression changed, and he said, "You're the son of the Immortal Palace's master?" "So what if I am?" Qi Huang snorted coldly, unwilling to show weakness. "The Immortal Palace has underestimated you, and even the ancient desolate realm. First, there was Yi Dongli, then there was the zombie known as Ing. Then there was the Patriarch of Hell, and finally there was you." At this point he could not help but narrow his eyes and say, "I have to say the heavens really care for you rebels from the lower realm." "Rebels?" Yi Chen sneered. "I like that name. What do you mean by rebels? You're someone who defies the heavens. Your immortal palace will also be destroyed by us rebels." "Shameless boasting." With a cold snort, more than a dozen powerful auras rushed over from all directions, protecting Qi Huang tightly within them. These 12 people were all early stage, God, transformation stage, cultivators. They were all wearing the attire of the Immortal Palace, and all of them unleashed their cultivation bases. Your Highness, leave this person to us, the sinister-looking old man in the lead said respectfully. Then he looked at Yi Chen coldly. This person must have exhausted himself after fighting with Hall Master Hua. I don't believe that we, 12 early-stage God transformation stage cultivators, can't kill him. The expressions of the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest changed when they heard that. Yi Wushuang's sword chi was like a rainbow. Do you think we're dead? The sinister-looking old man's expression changed when he heard that. If Yi Wushuang had not spoken, he would have ignored the former. Now that he looked at it, there was still Yi Wushuang, the Patriarch of Green Spirit, the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch, and 1,000 illusion fairy in Yi Chen's camp. Step down. Yi Chen spoke slowly. His cold voice was bone-chilling. I'd like to see if they can kill me. Yi Wushuang could not help but smile. All right. Then, under everyone's gazes, he retreated into the distance. He carried the little girl Meng Meng and acted like he would not interfere. Arrogant, the sinister-looking old man was pleasantly surprised, but he was even more furious. Everyone, no matter how powerful this person is, he's still a mid-stage god, transformation stage, cultivator. Let's kill him together. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed old man attacked instantly. His divine consciousness was like a vast ocean as it surged toward Yi Chen. Attack! In an instant, the remaining 11 people attacked together, activating their spirit treasures and divine abilities. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept through the air, as if heaven and earth had just been created. The battle was about to begin. End of this chapter. Chapter 1344. I'm waiting for you. This voice seemed to have transcended reincarnation and came from beyond the endless stars. It was extremely profound and vast. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Clearly, they did not expect that someone would still attack Yi Chen at this point. It's the master of the Immortal Palace. The Patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest trembled slightly. They seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes were filled with fear. Even the Heavenly Ghost Sex Patriarch and the rest were no exception. Too powerful. That sword strike just now had caused them extreme pressure and shock. Even a trace of the aura that leaked out made them feel like their souls were about to scatter. Yi Wushuang let out a furious roar. His black hair turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as stunning as blood. Get out here. His white clothes fluttered, and his red hair soared into the sky. His eyes shot into the sky as he let out a godlike roar. However, after that voice, the world returned to peace. Even Qi Huang disappeared without a trace along with the blood-colored formation. He didn't descend with his real body. I think he used a flying sword to sneak attack me. Yi Chen stared at where Qi Huang had disappeared and could not help but sneer. This father and son pair are really cunning. One made me think he was going to fight with his life on the line, but he severed his arms and used the blood sacrifice secret technique in an attempt to escape. Even so, the master of the Immortal Palace knew that Qi Huang couldn't escape from me, so he chose the most critical moment to sneak attack me. Hearing that, Yi Wushuang's aura immediately dissipated, and his red hair returned to white. He said, Big brother, was that the master of the Immortal Palace just now? It should be him. Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. Through that attack, just now, this person's strength should be at Stage God Transformation. Stage God Transformation. Yi Wushuang's expression froze. Big brother, you've only recovered to mid-stage God Transformation. If you fight him, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. No matter what, although Qi Huang escaped this time, I figured out the strength of this master of the Immortal Palace. Yi Chen nodded lightly. Subsequently, his gaze echoed between heaven and earth. Eventually, it landed on the motionless Immortal Palace army. A cold gleam surged in his eyes. Kill them all! Then he landed on the ground, carried Patriarch Yellow Spring into the mountain, and raised his hand to set up a formation to heal him. As soon as he left, the battle immediately broke out again. Ancestor Green Spirit and the others attacked one after another, doing their best to suppress and kill the Immortal Palace army. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. At this point, Ancestor Green Spirit and the others no longer had any misgivings. After all, they and the Immortal Palace would not rest until one of them was dead. At the same time, news about the Dragonbeard Valley spread like wildfire across the 4 domains, setting off a huge storm. Using a terrifying lightning divine ability to kill Immortal Palace's Hall Master Hua. The 12 early-stage soul formation experts from the Immortal Palace have all been killed. He forced Immortal Palace's young Master Qi Huang to break off his own arms and use a blood sacrifice to leave, not dying from Immortal Palace Lord Qi Daolin's fatal strike. This piece of heavy news swept across the entire firmament purple world. Who exactly is this Yi Qin? I heard that this person came from the lower realm, the ancient desolate world. He's only in his 20s, but he was able to kill Hall Master Hua, one of the 5 Hall Masters of the Immortal Palace. He even slaughtered 12 early-stage soul formation experts from the Immortal Palace. He's simply terrifying, killing early-stage soul formation experts like slaughtering dogs. This person is too powerful. Even the villain wanted by the Immortal Palace a few days ago can't compare to him, right? Countless people discussed, animatedly. The upper echelons of the various cultivation sects and cultivation families were all alarmed. This news was simply too shocking. For a moment, all the forces sent people to investigate Yi Chen's origins. One had to know that ever since the Immortal Palace was established, it had used absolute strength and supreme methods to suppress the firmament purple world. Whether it was the cultivation sects or the cultivation families, they all had to worship it and look up to it. It could be said that in the entire firmament purple world, the Immortal Palace was the heavens and even more so the immortals. No one dared to show the slightest disrespect. Over the past 10,000 years, countless people had tried to go against the Immortal Palace, but they had all died like ants trying to shake a tree. Even Yi Dongli from 10,000 years ago had only killed 2 immortal envoys from the Immortal Palace before he was suppressed by the Immortal Palace Lord. However, now someone could make the Immortal Palace pay such a heavy price. How could this not shock everyone? This person killed so many powerhouses from the Immortal Palace, causing great damage to the Immortal Palace. He will definitely suffer the endless anger of the Immortal Palace. An old monster who had hidden from the world shook his head and said, "Can he change the situation of the firmament purple world for 10,000 years? The barren land of the lower realm can produce such a monster." An old ancestor from a force said in shock, "It's a pity. If this person could keep a low profile for thousands of years, he might really have the ability to shake the Immortal Palace. This person is dead. Fighting against the Immortal Palace alone is no different from an ant trying to shake a tree." Some forces who were not optimistic shook their heads. The firmament purple world is going to be chaotic. After a sect's upper echelon received the news, he could not help but take a deep breath. "From now on, my Divine Fist sect will seal the mountain for 100 years. No one is allowed to go out. My Sky Severing sect will seal the mountain for 100 years. My Mu River Yuchi family will seal the mountain for 100 years. It seemed like this order was spread throughout the entire firmament purple world at the same time. Everyone expected that there would be a battle between Yi Qin and the Immortal Palace. In order not to be involved, they could only seal the mountain. However, there were also forces loyal to the Immortal Palace that headed to the Immortal Palace, as if they were ready to listen to orders at any time. Dusk Region, King Gu Qin family. What? Mr. Yi, killed a palace master from the immortal palace. He even slaughtered 12 soul formation powerhouses from the immortal palace. Qin Song and the others who received the news were completely stunned. Whether it was the palace master of the immortal palace or the soul formation powerhouses, they were like immortals in the sky to them. Now they were slaughtered by Yi Chun like grass. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to come from the lower realm. Qin Shui's beautiful eyes widened. Didn't the ancestral records say that the people of the lower realm are all barbarians? Why are they still cultivating martial arts? It's the Qin family's fault. Qin Song and the elders of the Qin family looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Before this, they had mistaken Yi Qin as the young master of the Qingling sect. Then, at the banquet at the city governor's mansion, Yi Chen's identity was exposed by the real young master of the Qingling sect. At that time, they felt that they were finished. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen killed the young master of the Qingling sect and killed the powerhouses from the 4 major sections. He even killed the Heavenly Ghost sect's patriarch and forced the Qingling sect's patriarch to submit. Even so, they still felt that Yi Chen was no match for the Thunder Immortal Envoy in the Dusk region. It was because the Thunder Immortal Envoy was from the Immortal Palace. However, before they could hear anything about the Thunder Immortal Envoy, they received the news that Yi Qin had killed the Palace Master of the Immortal Palace. How could they not be horrified by this? End of this chapter. Chapter 1345. All Heaven Region, Heavenly Mountain. Heavenly Mountain was located at the center of the All Heaven Region. It was surrounded by dozens of spirit mountain ranges and was facing the sea to the south. Rumor had it that tens of thousands of years ago, a heavenly treasure fell into this place, and the celestial palace was born. As far as the eye could see, a boundless spirit mist suffused the mountain, and essence energy surged like dragons, decorating this beautiful spirit mountain that enveloped an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers, making it seem like a paradise on earth. Within the mountain there was an enormous palace that looked like a heavenly palace. It was incomparably grand, solemn, and dignified. The atmosphere in the core of the palace was very depressing. If one looked closely, they would find a figure sitting on the ground. This figure was wearing a purple and gold robe. He had silver hair and his eyes were closed. Although he did not move at all, and there was not the slightest bit of true yuan fluctuation coming from his body, the pressure that was faintly emitted from him caused the surrounding space to freeze. I miscalculated, as a murmuring voice rang out. The figure slowly opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes as if he was surprised. This person was the master of the celestial palace, Qi Daolin. At the same time, a hoarse and old voice rang out. This child is outside of my divinations. Perhaps it's a trap set up by the heavenly laws back then. Heavens, Qi Daolin chuckled, and an aura that could freeze everything surged in the depths of his eyes. Didn't the heavens collapse to stop you all from invading the celestial burial planet? Could it be that she had already set up this trap before that? As he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the stone wall before him. There was a ball of green light moving. Very likely. The green light turned into an ugly face. Don't forget, although the heavens are dead, they still left a chance of survival. Wasn't the girl I told you to capture her chance of survival? The incarnation of the heavens! Hearing this, Qi Daolin's eyes narrowed. My celestial palace has been planning for so many years. We can't allow this person to appear. Your celestial palace is in danger right now. The former said, I divine that Yi Dongli's corpse has disappeared. This person came from the same world as me, so he can't be underestimated. Qi Daolin frowned and said nothing. Then there's that Ing from a few days ago. He seems to have cultivated the 3 Pure Ones technique. You didn't kill him that day. Once he successfully fuses with the Dharma body in the black coffin, I'm afraid you won't be a match for him. The face formed by the green fluorescent light seemed to be distorted. Lastly, there's also the man with the surname Yi. He was able to kill Hall Master Hua and even survived your fatal attack. I'm afraid his combat strength is on par with yours. Enough! Chi Daolin suddenly snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Surnamed Mu, if I hadn't saved you back then, your soul would have been destroyed long ago. Now, I've done all of this according to your request. At this point, do you only know how to blame me?" "Hee hee," the giant green face cackled. "I told you long ago that your son is a good-for-nothing. Instead of placing your hopes on him, why don't you help me? Once I recover, I will be invincible in this world." Hearing those words, Chi Daolin seemed to be unable to bear it and closed his eyes. His face faintly twisted and struggled. "Taoist Chi, you're a smart man." The giant green face's voice was full of bewitching power. "Although you and I enjoy a lifespan of thousands of years, there will be a day when our time comes. In front of longevity, what is a mere son?" At this point, he couldn't help but sneer. "You still have less than 50 years of lifespan. If you can't step into the void training stage, you will die in meditation. Your thousands of years of bitter cultivation will go down the drain. Phew!" At this moment, the formation outside suddenly sounded, and then there was an extremely respectful voice, reporting to Hall Master, "His Highness has returned." "I know." Chi Daolin's voice was extremely calm as he responded. The giant green face on the wall said again, "Taoist Chi, there's not much time left for you." Hearing that, Chi Daolin's body trembled slightly. Then he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly walked out of the place where he cultivated in seclusion. In the solemn hall, Chi Huang, who was covered in blood, knelt on one knee and said while breathing heavily, "Father, your son is useless. This time we lost more than half of the experts of the Immortal Palace. Since he was a child, Chi Daolin had been extremely strict with him, so he knew that his performance this time would probably arouse the monstrous anger of the former. It's okay, however, to his surprise, Chi Daolin smiled faintly. "This time I miscalculated. You can't be blamed." "Father!" Chi Huang couldn't help but look up at him, but what he saw was a gentle gaze like that of a loving father. He had never felt such a gaze from Chi Daolin before. Thinking of this, his eyes were slightly red, and he was a little moved. "Come with me. I have something to say to you." Chi Daolin smiled gently, then slowly turned around and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a stone door appeared very abruptly. "Forbidden area." Seeing this, Chi Huang's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. This stone door was concealed by a formation and was known as the Forbidden Area of the Immortal Palace. It was rumored that it was the place where Chi Daolin cultivated in seclusion. No one had ever entered, not even him. Unexpectedly, his father wanted him to go in. Thinking of this, Chi Huang's heart was a little excited. He immediately got up and followed Chi Daolin in. Half an hour later, the stone door opened again, and two figures slowly walked out. It was Chi Huang and his father. However, if one looked closely, they would find that Chi Huang's temperament had undergone an earth-shaking change. If he had removed all his cultivation before and was gentle like an elegant young master, then the current him was full of monstrous evil energy. That evil energy seemed to be the reincarnation of an ancient demon. Chi Huang moved his body, then closed his eyes and revealed an intoxicated expression. "The feeling of having a body is wonderful." Chi Daolin's face twitched incomparably behind him, and he said, almost dripping blood, "If this plan fails, you know what I'll do." "Don't worry." Chi Huang immediately showed a look of impatience. "Don't forget, you still have that brat's woman and brother in your hands. Under such circumstances, how would that brat dare to act rashly? I know you're heartbroken, but you also know that I originally wanted the child in the belly of the woman surnamed Sue. He was the best furnace for me to possess." At this point, his expression softened, and he said, "But that little evil creature's self-awareness seemed to have sensed danger, and it dragged on for nearly 2 years without being born. What should we do next?" Chi Daolin said in a low voice, "The other party was right. The best furnace was the fetus. For this reason, the immortal palace had waited for 2 years, but the child had not been born yet. Very simple. Qi Huang grinned, and a touch of evil appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dual cultivation ceremony will be held as scheduled. Once I devour the pure Yin energy in that woman's body, I will definitely be able to recover to my peak. End of this chapter. Chapter 1346. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed by bit. Ever since the news of Dragonbeard Valley shook the entire vast purple world. Everyone was surprised to find that there was no more news about Yi Qin. What puzzled them even more was that after experiencing such a heavy loss, the immortal palace actually remained silent. It did not erupt with monstrous rage like everyone had imagined. Quiet, the entire immortal palace was strangely quiet. This made many people speculate if the immortal palace was afraid of Yi Chen's strength, so they held back, or if they had reached some sort of compromise. However, the quieter it was, the more people felt that a storm was brewing. At a certain time, it would sweep through the entire vast purple world. The undercurrents were surging, and killing intent was ready to be unleashed. In the sky above Dragonbeard Valley, the wind and clouds in all directions suddenly surged and gathered together. Terrifying lightning was brewing within. This earth-shattering commotion shook the surroundings. When countless forces in the All-Heaven region sensed it, they all gasped in shock. A nascent soul cultivator is transcending the God, transformation, heavenly tribulation. The ones who felt it the most were none other than Yi Wushuang and the rest. The patriarch of green spirit retreated into the distance and looked at the sky in shock. At that place, a black-clothed young man stepped out and pointed at the thunderclouds. "Scatter for the patriarch!" Buzz! The void exploded as if it was crying. The daunting thunderclouds immediately disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the sky was once again clear for thousands of kilometers. Congratulations to the patriarch for returning to God transformation stage. Yi Chen's body flashed, and he appeared in the air immediately. He stood next to the black-haired young man and smiled sincerely. The black-haired young man turned around slowly. His eyes were filled with gratitude when he looked at Yi Qin. "I have to thank you, fellow Yi. If not for you, I'm afraid the patriarch would have died. There's no need to thank me." Yi Qin forced a smile and said, "In order to protect my parents, you almost died. You even caused your cultivation base to drop to nascent soul. I've only sacrificed a 10,000th of what I've done. 5 days." He had spent a full 5 days to heal the patriarch's injuries. He had even used up all his spirit stones and savings to help him step back into God transformation stage. That's true. When Patriarch Yellow Spring heard this, he immediately chuckled. There's indeed no need for thanks between us. At this moment, a light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. The rain actually contained rich spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon. "It's actually Emperor Molasses," Yi Qin and the Patriarch of Hell spoke in unison. "Ha ha ha." The Patriarch of Yellow Spring then laughed out loud and said, "Fellow Yi, as the saying goes, misfortune and fortune depend on each other, and misfortune lurks within misfortune. After my realm fell and I recovered, I actually triggered the Emperor Molasses." At this point, he couldn't help but look down at Yi Hai, Wulan, and the others. "Old Master, hurry up and absorb it. If you miss it, it'll be gone. What is Emperor Essence?" Yi Hai did not understand. Even Ancestor Green Spirit and the others were at a loss. Yi Qin explained while smiling when he met their gazes. After a nascent soul cultivator steps into the God transformation stage and transcends the tribulation, there's a 1 in a billion chance that he'll touch heaven and earth and send down the Emperor Molasses. At this point, he added, and this Emperor Molasses contains extremely rich essence of the sun and moon, as well as spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If ordinary people bathe in it, they'll be able to cure all kinds of illnesses and prolong their lifespans. If foreign living beings bathe in it, they'll be able to gain wisdom in advance. As he spoke, many exotic beasts and plants in the valley immediately swarmed towards this place. Hearing that, Yi Hai immediately stopped hesitating. He pulled Wu Lan into the rain and allowed the rain to wash them. The little girl in Wu Lan's arms was extremely happy. The eyes of the patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest turned red. They hurriedly took out a large cauldron that looked like a wash basin, trying to use the emperor molasses. Seeing that Yi Hai and the rest were actually using the emperor molasses as bathing water, the three of them felt their hearts ache as they received it. What a waste! What a waste! The Patriarch of Hell shook his head after seeing that. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He then looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, "Has there been any movement from the Immortal Palace these few days?" "No." Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. "I thought the Immortal Palace would attack me while I was healing you. I didn't expect them to be able to endure it. It's been hard on you." The Patriarch of Hell smiled guiltily. "I know you're eager to save your wife, but you still chose to stay and heal me." "Fellow Yi." At this moment, an old man with long eyebrows flew over and cupped his fists at him. "The Immortal Palace has said that the dual cultivation ceremony will be held as usual. Tomorrow will be the 7th day. Boom!" Monstrous killing intent soared into the sky from Yi Chen's body like a storm. It actually tore all the clouds in the sky apart. "Tomorrow!" he seemed to murmur as he closed his eyes. Deeply inhaling a breath of air, he slowly opened his eyes. A long time later, his indifferent and deep voice resounded across this region. "Then we'll kill our way into the Immortal Palace tomorrow." As soon as he said that, Yi Wushuang, the Patriarch of Green Spirit, and the rest trembled violently before responding in unison. "This time, I'll personally accompany you." The Patriarch of Hell sneered. "I'd like to see what kind of abilities this Immortal Palace Master has to dare capture your woman." Yi Hai and Wu Lan were even more excited. Meng Meng burst into tears, and her tears could not stop. "I'm finally going to see my mother." Wu Lan hugged her tightly subconsciously. On the last day, Yi Chan made sufficient preparations to save Su Yuhan. He taught the Patriarch of Green Spirit and the rest their abilities one after another. Be it the Patriarch of Green Spirit or the Heavenly Ghost Sect, their lives were in his hands. He was not afraid that they would betray him. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the Patriarch of Hell, Xiaohei finally stepped into God transformation stage. His strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Initially, Yi Chen did not want Yi Hai and Wu Lan to follow him. However, the two elders were very determined this time, so he could only give up. That night, everyone was sleepless. That night, Yi Chen spent a lot of time with his daughter. Finally, the 7th day arrived. When a ray of sunlight shone through the clouds in the sky and shone on the ground through the dense forest, Yi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, lowered his head and looked at his daughter who was snuggling in his arms. Yi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged at the top of the mountain, lowered his head to look at his daughter who was snuggling in his embrace. The little girl had fallen asleep when the sky was almost bright. There were still tears at the corner of her eyes. Yi Chen carried her and stood up slowly. His figure drew an extremely slender shadow under the blinding sunlight. He looked like a god. Yi Wushuang, the Patriarch of Hell, the Patriarch of Green Spirit, and the rest were already standing side by side below. Their auras surged into the sky as they looked at him silently, as if waiting for his order. "Let's go." Yi Chen lifted his head. There were 2 balls of golden flames jumping in his eyes. Subsequently, they were covered by endless killing intent. It was time to settle all the grudges with the Immortal Palace. P.S. Chapter 3 has been updated for today. Thank you for your support. The climax has officially arrived. Allow me to organize my thoughts. End of this chapter. Chapter 1347. The Immortal Palace's dual cultivation ceremony had arrived. Almost the moment Yi Chen and the others set off from Dragonbeard Valley, The 4 regions of the firmament purple world moved at the same time. The news that the immortal palace was about to hold the dual cultivation ceremony had already been spread throughout the 4 regions by the 4 immortal envoys overseeing the 4 regions 7 days ago. As soon as the sky brightened, countless immortal sects and aristocratic families in the entire firmament purple world moved out. The upper echelons of the various sects brought congratulatory gifts and people straight to the immortal palace. Even though the news that Yi Chen had caused the immortal palace to lose more than half of its people, it still could not stop these people from making their decisions and moving forward. This was because in the firmament purple world, the immortal palace was supreme. Tens of thousands of years of majesty was deeply rooted in their hearts. Therefore, in their opinion, the immortal palace was not something a mere Yi Chen could shake. Most importantly, there were rumors that the woman who was about to marry the immortal palace's young master was suspected to be Yi Chen's wife. As soon as this news spread, even those forces who did not intend to participate could not help but mobilize their people. This was because many people knew that if this news was true, then the immortal palace hated Yi Chen for stealing his wife. Moreover, it was an open and above-board provocation. In other words, there might be a battle between Yi Chen and the immortal palace. How could they miss such a grand occasion? Tongtian Mountain. Before noon, the entire Tongtian Mountain was already filled with a sea of people. In the sky, there were countless sword lights and flying boats that covered the sky. Nascent soul cultivators, who were usually extremely rare to everyone, could be seen everywhere at this moment, like carps crossing the river. As the void trembled, there were even soul formation cultivators passing by. Among the crowded sea of people, congratulatory voices could be heard from time to time. There were also all sorts of treasure lights that shot into the sky. It was the treasure light emitted by all sorts of treasures. Oh my God, there are so many people. In the sea of people at the back, there was a delicate and pretty young girl. After seeing this scene, she was shocked by the scene before her. Behind her, there was a purple-clothed old man who sucked in a breath of cold air. All the famous people and forces in the entire firmament purple world have arrived. Ordinary Jindan stage cultivators were extremely rare, and Yuanying stage cultivators were even more elusive. Now that he looked again, Jindan stage cultivators were as numerous as dogs, and Yuanying stage cultivators were everywhere. If Yi Chen were there, he would definitely notice that the 2 of them were Qin Song, the Kanggu Qin family's master in the Luoxia region, and Qin Song's granddaughter, Qin Shui. After Qin Shui retracted her gaze from the crowd, she couldn't help but look at Qin Song and said hesitantly, "Grandfather, do you think Big Brother Yi and the others will come?" "Shut up." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Song glared at her fiercely. The former shrank her neck and immediately showed a wronged expression. Seeing this, Qin Song could not help but ease his expression. After looking around, he lowered his voice and said, "Girl, are you crazy? This is Immortal Palace's territory. If they find out about our relationship with Senior Yi..." It was only after hearing those words that Qin Shui realized this. She immediately stuck out her alluring tongue with lingering fear on her face. "No matter what, I don't wish for Senior Yi to come. After all, there are too many powerhouses here today." Qin Song pondered for a moment and sighed softly. "No, Senior Yi and the others are few in number. Once they arrive, they will definitely become the target of public criticism." But Qin Shui bit her lip and said worriedly, "But I heard that the woman who is about to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with the Immortal Palace's young master seems to be Big Brother Ye's wife." At this point, she gritted her teeth and said, "Big Brother, you definitely won't sit by and watch his wife suffer, right?" As a woman, she naturally could not bear to see Su Yuhan being imprisoned, and she could not bear to see Yi Chen and Su Yuhan being separated. Qin Song's lips moved slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard an ear-piercing howl coming from the sky. At that moment, the originally noisy Tongtian Mountain immediately quietened down. Everyone could not help but look towards the sky. The clouds churned and swept through the world. The space there trembled faintly, and then a huge hole was suddenly torn open. Immediately, a majestic pressure descended from the sky. The current sect master of the void, limitless sect of the vacuum region has brought generous gifts to congratulate the dual cultivation ceremony. May the immortal palace reign supreme throughout the ages. As a deafening voice fell, an old figure slowly appeared in the sky. The figure wore a green robe. He looked middle-aged, but his sideburns were snow-white. His eyes were deep like the starry sky. Just his gaze alone caused the surrounding space to freeze. The world suddenly became deathly silent. Then, waves of unsuppressible gasps rang out. It's the sect master of the void, limitless sect, Zhou Dongxian. Someone's pupils constricted violently as he said in shock, "The void, limitless sect is known as the #1 sect in the void, limitless sect." Rumor has it that Senior Zhou is even at the late-stage god transformation stage. He's known as the strongest sect master of the void, limitless sect in the past 10,000 years. As his voice fell, countless people were shocked. Late-stage god, transformation stage. One had to know that such a realm, even in the immortal palace, was in existence at the level of a sect master. Pucci! At this moment, a terrifying thunder fell from the sky, and then an incomparably deep voice sounded. "It turns out to be fellow Zhou. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you." As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man bathed in lightning suddenly shot out from the sky-piercing mountain. "It's Temple Master Lei of the Immortal Palace." Someone's expression changed as he said, "I heard that Temple Master Lei was injured by the fierce man known as Ing a few days ago. Could it be that his injury has recovered?" While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man carefully. They saw that the latter's eyebrows were full and his breath was steady. He didn't seem to be injured at all. It seems that the previous rumors were just rumors. The hearts of many shook when they saw this. "Greetings, Temple Master Lei." Under everyone's gazes, the sect master of the void, limitless sect, Zhou Dongxian, smiled. "After not seeing each other for 3 years, I didn't expect Temple Master Lei's aura to become even more stable. I believe it's only a matter of time before you reach the peak of the immortal palace. Fellow Zhou, Temple Master Qi and Young Master Qi are currently arranging the ceremony, so they can't personally greet you." Temple Master Lei smiled politely and clasped his hands. "I can only bring you up the mountain." "No problem." Zhou Dongxian returned the bow. Just as he was about to lead the way up sky-piercing mountain, the silent void exploded once more. The sect master of the Mystic Sun region's Mystic Sun sect, along with the higher-ups, wishes the young master of the Immortal Palace, His Highness Qi Huang, to ascend the immortal Tao and have a son soon. The High Elder of the All-Heaven region's sky, severing sect congratulates. As these voices rang out, 1, 2, 3, a total of 15 figures appeared in the air. These 15 figures were all dressed differently. However, the oppressive might they intentionally or unintentionally emanated from their bodies caused even the sky to tremble. End of this chapter. Chapter 1348. Dead silence. The world was deathly silent. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators looked at the 15 figures that had joined forces, and their eyes twitched. That was because all of them were powerhouses of the various sects in the entire vast purple world. Among the 15 of them, the weakest was at the mid-stage soul formation stage, and there were even 6 at the late-stage soul formation stage. Profound Sun Sect, Sky Severing Sect, Jade Feather Mountain, Crimson Firmament Sect, Blue Thunder Sect, Wind God Sect. Someone trembled as he recited the sects that the 15 people were from, and his words completely exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Is this where the immortal palace's dignity lies? Qin Song, who was in the crowd, looked at the figures in horror, and his scalp went numb. Even Qin Shui's pretty face turned pale. She pressed her palms together and muttered, "Big Brother Yi, it's best if you don't come." Now, even she did not want Yi-Chin to come. With so many powerhouses of the great sex and shocking old monsters that had not appeared for many years, all coming to congratulate the Immortal Palace, it would definitely cause the Immortal Palace's strength to soar. Even if Yi-Chin came, not only would he not be able to save his wife, he would also become the target of public criticism, unable to extricate himself. In the silent void, the Immortal Palace's Thunder Hall master bowed to the 15 people one by one before saying, "Thank you for coming, fellow Taoists. Please follow me up the mountain." After saying that, his gaze swept across the crowd below again. "As for fellow Taoists from the 4 regions, please follow my Immortal Palace emissary into the mountain in an orderly manner." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen terrifying figures, including him, took the lead and shot into the Tongtian Mountain. When the people at the back finally ascended the Tongtian Mountain with great difficulty, the scene that greeted their eyes caused them to be dumbfounded. At this moment, the Tongtian Mountain seemed to have been arranged into a battle camp. There were ravines everywhere, and there were formations that surged with power. The terrifying energy that was being emitted caused everyone's faces to involuntarily turn pale. It was as if they were in hell. That's a formation? A sect expert was stunned at first, and then he cried out in shock. And it's a killing formation, a peerless killing formation. Why did the Immortal Palace set up so many peerless killing formations here? Could it be that they want to deal with us? Someone was shivering. Another person retorted, "You think too highly of yourself. If the Immortal Palace really wanted to deal with us, why would they need to set up such a powerful killing formation? They only needed to send 1 or 2 soul formation experts." Everyone. At this moment, Hall Master Lei, who was standing on the peak of a mountain, said slowly, "This formation is not meant to deal with you. You don't have to worry." As soon as he finished speaking, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Hall Master Lei swept his gaze over everyone and said indifferently, "I believe everyone has heard about what happened to my Immortal Palace a few days ago. There are rebels in the lower world's ancient barren world who do not respect us. They even have the audacity to kill the emissaries of the Celestial Palace." His voice was like thunder ringing in everyone's minds. One of them is surnamed Yi-Chin. This person relied on his extraordinary aptitude to barge into my firmament purple world, committing many crimes and even killing countless of my Immortal Palace's experts. At this point, he could not help but narrow his eyes and said coldly, therefore, in order not to affect the grand dual cultivation ceremony, "This formation was prepared for this person and his companions." As soon as he finished speaking, the sect master of the Void Everlasting Sect, Zhou Dongxian, immediately shouted, "Since they are people of the lower world, they should treat us as immortals. How dare they offend us?" Fellow Zhou is right. The sect master of the Xianyang regions, Xianyang sect, also sneered. The rebels of the lower world overestimate themselves and want to offend the heavenly might. This is simply throwing an egg against a rock. If the Immortal Palace has any needs, I will definitely help them. The Sky-Severing sect is also willing to help the Immortal Palace kill the rebels of the lower world. The sect master of the Sky-Severing sect bowed, and the Blue Feather Mountain, and the Crimson Firmament sect, and the Wind God sect. In an instant, the dozen or so powerful figures standing in the void all expressed their stance. The dense killing intent caused the void to freeze. More than 10 mid-soul formation powerhouses and 8 late-soul formation powerhouses expressed their stance. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Everyone's eyes twitched. They finally realized that this dual cultivation ceremony was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. I already said that the kid surnamed Yi is just a person of the lower world. Even if he has some strength, how can he shake the Immortal Palace? In the crowd, a leader of a force sneered. This time the Immortal Palace only issued an edict, and all the experts of the vast purple world have to follow their lead. How can the kids surnamed Yi fight against them? That's right. Another person said, does the surnamed Yi have the ability to fight against the vast purple world with his own strength? With the killing formation as a supplement and the strong as the main force, maybe after hearing such a show, he won't dare to come. I was looking forward to this person coming to the Immortal Palace's grand ceremony and putting on a good show for us. Now it seems impossible. If I were this person, I would definitely be extremely sullen. My wife is about to marry someone else, but I can't help. In an instant, the noisy crowd was filled with discussions. Some were disdainful, some were gloating, and most of them were regretful. When Qin Song and his grandson heard this, they were so shocked that they almost suffocated. Qin Song looked at the extremely pale Qin Shui and could not help but smile bitterly. Girl, do you see that? This dual cultivation ceremony is actually a trap, a peerless killing trap to lure out Senior Yi. Qin Shui's mind was blown. Her fingers were tightly clenched as she muttered, Brother Yi, you must not come. By now, even she did not have much hope for Yi Qin. The Immortal Palace was too generous. Not only did they use the entire Tongtian Mountain as the eye of the formation to set up a peerless killing formation, they even invited all the powerhouses of the entire vast purple world to guard this place. Just as her grandfather had said, this was a trap to kill Yi Qin. At the same time in the air, Hall Master Lei stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head to look at Zhou Dongxian and the rest, and said indifferently, Fellow Zhou, I'll be troubling you. Hall Master Lei, you're too polite. Zhou Dongxian could not help but shake his head and smile. In my opinion, after that you brat found out that we're guarding this place, he's probably scared out of his wits. How would he dare to come? That's right. The sky-severing sect master nodded as well. Even if he dares to come, he won't be able to leave alive. The rest nodded while sneering. To them, Yi Chen's combat strength was at most at the late-stage god transformation stage. Meanwhile, they had more than 10 early-stage god transformation stage cultivators and 8 late-stage god transformation stage cultivators, including Hall Master Lei, coupled with the peerless killing formation. With such a facelift, even a cultivator at the peak of the soul formation stage would be able to fight against him. Hearing everyone's stance, Hall Master Lei looked into the sky, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Yi, in order to deal with you, the Immortal Palace has set up many methods. You must come. Don't disappoint us. End of this chapter. Chapter 1349. Almost at the same time, in an extremely hidden purple bamboo forest on Tongtian Mountain that was unknown to outsiders, spiritual energy was like mist, and the purple bamboo forest formed a green-tiled courtyard deep in the purple bamboo forest. At that moment, a melodious tune came. It was deep like a cuckoo's cry or a parting of life and death. It was filled with helplessness and sorrow. There was a stone pavilion next to the green-tiled courtyard. A skinny lady was sitting in the pavilion at the moment. There was a guqin on the stone table before her. The lady's slender fingers plucked the guqin softly. Subsequently, an extremely deep and mellow tune came out. If one were to look closely, the lady's 10 slender fingers had been cut by the strings. The strings were dyed red with terrifying blood. Su Yuhan looked outside the bamboo forest blankly. Sorrow gathered in her beautiful eyes. Xiaoqian, I really can't wait for you. Her face was much paler than before. There was a change in her appearance compared to 2 years ago. She seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Half of her hair that hung behind her shoulders had turned white too. It's the 7th day. My time has come. I'm useless. I've almost exhausted all my vitality, but I still can't understand the last formation. I can't get out of this cage. Su Yuhan ignored her slender fingers that were dripping with blood. She seemed to want to finish the last song with all her might. Even if I die, I won't do anything to let you down. It's a pity for our son. She looked down slightly at her protruding tummy. She could not hold back her tears eventually. That's good too. I'll bring my son along. We can take care of each other on the way to hell. The sorrow in her eyes grew. Xiaoqin, if I'm not around anymore, you must take good care of Meng Meng and raise her. At that moment, she frowned and groaned in pain. Child, do you understand what I said? I can't bear to let you go too. Su Yuhan shook her head lightly. I can't bear to let you go. I can't bear to let your father go. I can't bear to let your sister go. I can't bear to let your grandparents go. I can't bear to let everything go. But what can I do? She smiled sadly as she spoke to this point. If I don't choose to do that, how can I face your father in the future? How can I face everyone? As soon as she finished speaking, she groaned again. In her stomach, a childish voice that wanted to cry but had no tears rang out. My dear mother, don't do anything stupid. I've sensed it. That damned old man of mine is here, and he's on his way. If you die, that damned old man of mine will commit suicide. This young master is in such a difficult situation. My biological mother doesn't love me, and my biological father doesn't love me. Who will save this baby? However, no matter how loud he screamed, Su Yuhan could not sense anything at all. She was still telling him everything in despair. Rustle, rustle, rustle! Suddenly, a faint sound rang out in the originally quiet purple bamboo forest. In an instant, the endless purple bamboo forest that was like a cage suddenly opened up a path. A young man dressed in Confucian robes slowly walked over. He looked like an elegant young master. The young man's face was like jade, and he had facial features that would make countless women in this world jealous. The person who came was Qi Huang. At the same time, Su Yuhan's music paused. Her face turned pale, and she looked at Qi Huang with her eyelashes trembling. Qi Huang ignored Su Yuhan's gaze and walked to her slowly. He could not help but smile lightly as he looked at her breathtakingly beautiful face. Ms. Su, have you had a good rest recently? However, Su Yuhan acted like she did not hear him. Qi Huang did not mind. After a faint smile, he noticed her fingers that were stained with blood. He could not help but feel sorry for her. What a pair of good hands! What a pity! He was about to grab the pair of hands after saying that. Get lost! Su Yuhan stood up all of a sudden and glared at him coldly. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill myself right in front of you. The resolute look in her eyes was moving. Kill yourself. Qi Huang chuckled all of a sudden. You only have nascent soul cultivation base. If I really want to touch you, you won't even have the chance to kill yourself. The space between his brows was filled with evil. Although he tried to hide it, Su Yuhan noticed it. She said immediately, You're not Qi Huang. Who are you? Huh. How did you find out? A hint of surprise appeared on Qi Huang's face. He subsequently grinned. The piece of trash that you're talking about is dead now. Meanwhile, his body is mine now. Are you surprised? Su Yuhan said nothing, but she was secretly shocked. Clearly, she did not expect the Immortal Palace's young master to be possessed. Such a calm personality. Qi Huang shook his head in disappointment, seeing that she was expressionless. Let me guess. You've been thinking about breaking out of the purple bamboo forest formation, haven't you? However, it's a pity that you don't know that the last formation was set up by me. Not to mention you. Even a spatial tempering stage, Cultivator, wouldn't be able to break it. Su Yuhan's expression finally changed as soon as he was done speaking. The confinement formation used the purple bamboo forest as its base. There were a total of 36,000 combination formations. Before this, she had spent almost 2 years to comprehend 35,999 combination formations. There was only one left now. She did not expect it to be set up by the other party. Qi Huang finally smiled in satisfaction. I can also tell you that your man is already on his way to save you. Su Yuhan's body froze when she heard that. She then said blankly, What's the point of lying to me at this point? Your man's name is Yi Qin, right? Qi Huang said again, he's very powerful. He killed a mastery stage god, transformation stage powerhouse, with his cultivation base at the intermediate stage god transformation stage. He even killed more than 10 intermediate stage god transformation stage powerhouses. At that moment, Su Yuhan's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy that she had not seen for a long time. He's here to save you. If I were you, I'd give up the thought of committing suicide. Perhaps he can save you. Qi Huang chuckled as if he was mocking her. On Tongtian Mountain, the sun shone brightly. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators held their breaths as they looked at the entire sky. However, there was still no movement after waiting for an hour under the scorching sun. It's almost time. Why isn't Yi here yet? Don't tell me he's really scared? Someone couldn't bear the loneliness and said, I'm afraid that's the case. His words were immediately agreed by the others. After all, even if he knows that it's a dead end, he can't possibly barge in, right? Ha ha ha, he's a native of the lower realm after all. Temple Master Lei, who was in the sky, sneered. However, Yi can even endure the hatred of stealing his wife. Perhaps he can really take a peek at immortality. Ha ha ha. His teasing immediately made the other god transformation stage powerhouses laugh out loud. They seemed to be sure that Yi Chen really did not dare to come. On the other hand, the sect master of the Void Everlasting Sect, Zhou Dongxian, shook his head and said, Everyone, let's disperse. We're making a mountain out of a molehill for someone who's afraid of death. Just as everyone was about to rush to the main hall, the space above everyone's heads suddenly trembled violently. Then there was a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the weather changed and heaven and earth shook. At that moment, everyone could not help but raise their heads. An indescribable pressure suddenly filled the sky. It whistled over from the distant horizon. The pressure was so great that it could be said to be earth-shattering. At that moment, even Qin Song, who was in the crowd, could not help but look at the sky in shock. He cried out involuntarily, He's here, he's here. P.S. Chapter 3 has been updated today. More updates tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 1350. Boom, boom, boom. In the vast sky, the wind and clouds rolled back, and the world changed. The clouds quickly gathered, turning from white to black, and finally condensing into a resplendent purple. It was lightning, endless lightning, carrying the might of heaven and earth as it charged in the direction of Tongtian Mountain. He's here, he's really here. Qin Song stared blankly at the horizon, looking at the end of the endless pressure. At that moment, his heart became incomparably shocked. At this moment, not only him, but all the hundreds of thousands of people present suddenly raised their heads and stared blankly in that direction. In the vast thunderclouds, a peerless giant dragon broke through the thunderclouds and charged over. Endless ferocious aura emanated from its eyes. While everyone was shocked, their gazes were all attracted by the thin figure on the black dragon. It was a young man. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyebrows were sharp. His face was expressionless, and he held a 6-year-old girl in his left hand. They seemed to be father and daughter. Over a dozen figures stood behind him, and all of them had unleashed their auras, causing the surrounding space to flutter. Boundless pressure assaulted them. It was dignity killing intent, and even more so, monstrous rage. Countless people were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. They felt like they could not stabilize their bodies, as if they were about to kneel on the ground uncontrollably. It was also at that moment that the Thunder Hall Master of the Immortal Palace suddenly raised his eyes and looked straight at the figure. His pupils constricted violently. Even though he, the Thunder Hall Master of the Immortal Palace, was known to be the most proficient in lightning techniques, he knew that he could not change the weather. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Without becoming a true immortal, how could he exercise the laws of heaven and earth? Is it an illusion? The Thunder Hall Master's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It was not just him. The sect master of the Void Everlasting Sect, Zhou Dongxian, who was beside him, could not help but inhale a breath of cold air when he saw the figure riding the dragon. For some reason, the true origin energy in his body began to tremble uncontrollably as Yi Qin appeared. He could not be clearer about this. It meant that Yi Qin posed an extreme threat to him. Isn't he at mid-god transformation stage? Thinking to there, Zhou Dongxian was inwardly shocked. Why does it give me the aura of a perfected soul formation cultivator? At the same time, the dozen or so soul formation powerhouses standing in the air, including the Severing Sky sect master, stared straight at Yi Qin. Shock! There was no one who was not shocked. Before this, they might have heard of Yi Chen's achievements. However, to them, Yi Chen's combat strength was at most at the advanced god transformation stage. However, the deterrence that Yi Chen gave them at that moment was not as simple as being at the late stage god transformation stage. He's Yi Chen, the person from the lower realm who caused the Immortal Palace to lose a palace master and more than 10 early stage soul formation experts? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that a person with such an aura came from the lower realm. In the silent world, countless voices rose and fell and interweaved in the crowd, seeming to be in an uproar. The black dragon stopped when it was less than 3,000 meters away from Tongtian Mountain. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen let go of his daughter's hand and took a step forward. His eyes that were as deep as the stars looked at the entire world. Qin Shui, who was in the crowd below, looked at Yi Qin up close. She was shocked and surprised. She wanted to greet him by instinct. Yi, however, before she could say anything, Qin Song performed a silent meditation. The latter said with a trembling voice, "Girl, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, the Kangwu Qin family will face a great disaster." Qin Shui could only look at Yi Chen with all her might. A few seconds later, an extremely calm voice came from Yi Chen's mouth. 15 intermediate stage soul formation cultivators and 8 advanced stage soul formation cultivators are here to welcome me. What a grand lineup. Welcome. Hearing that, Hall Master Lei smirked coldly and stepped forward. He looked at him and said, "I'm the Immortal Palace's Hall Master Lei. If outsiders don't have an invitation from the Immortal Palace, they're not allowed to enter the mountain to participate in the dual cultivation ceremony." Participate in the dual cultivation ceremony? Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at him coldly and said, "You're wrong. I'm not here to participate in the dual cultivation ceremony." At this point, his gaze turned cold, and a dense aura immediately surged out. "I'm here to flatten your Immortal Palace today and kill everything." As soon as he finished speaking, at first, the world was deathly silent for a moment, and then waves of clamor that were like stormy waves erupted. Even though they already knew Yi Chen's purpose for coming here, they still did not expect Yi Chen to dare to say such words under such circumstances. Shameless boasting. On the ground, a perfected nascent soul cultivator from the Immortal Palace sneered. "You think you can destroy my Immortal Palace with just a bunch of useless people like you?" He thought that Yi Qin would not be able to leave alive today. With Hall Master Lei and the rest by his side, he said those words fearlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Immortal Palace cultivators immediately cheered and praised him. The former was getting more and more pleased with himself. However, in the next moment, a large hand suddenly pressed down on him from the sky, directly crushing the space where he was. "Idiot, do you think you have the right to speak?" The Patriarch of Hell chuckled. His hand swept across the sky, covering a radius of several dozen meters, like a cloud that covered the sky. The perfected nascent soul cultivator's face immediately revealed shock. "Bastard." When an Immortal Palace soul formation cultivator saw this, he immediately shouted coldly and quickly made a move. He turned into a large hand and reached out towards the former, clearly wanting to save him. Scram! The Patriarch of Hell slapped his hand heavily, directly shattering the former's attack. Then he slapped down, forcefully smashing the perfected, nascent soul cultivator into meat paste. Dead silence. The world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone had looks of disbelief on their faces. Facing such a lineup from the Immortal Palace, Yi Chen and the rest actually dared to take the initiative to attack and kill the people from the Immortal Palace. Impudent! How dare you? At that moment, Hall Masterlay and the rest were furious. More than 20 terrifying auras immediately erupted in the sky that might directly sealed off the entire world. Is the battle about to begin? Many people were incomparably shocked. A god war, a god war. A mighty figure said with a shocked expression, "Our violet world has never seen such a grand scene like today." Hall Masterlay's entire body was bathed in lightning. He stared at Yi Chen with a murderous aura. "Yi, the Immortal Palace will give you another chance. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, as long as you're willing to submit to the Immortal Palace, kneel outside the Tongtian Mountain and beg for the Immortal Palace's forgiveness. We might spare your life." He was high and mighty like a god. His tone was filled with extreme arrogance and solemnity, as if everything was under his control. However, Yi Chen could not be bothered to waste his breath. He raised his arm lightly and spat softly, "Kill!" End of this chapter. Chapter 1351. Kill. The moment the word kill was said, it was like a demonic sound of death, surging and lingering in everyone's minds. All of a sudden, the temperature between heaven and earth froze, and it was replaced by a monstrous, murderous aura and endless killing intent. It was as if winter had arrived and fallen leaves flew everywhere. Boom! At that moment, a divine light suddenly erupted from Yi Chen's body. His entire body shone with golden light like an ancient god that had awakened. He activated his body with all his might and took a step forward. Then he gently stepped on the entire Tongtian Mountain. Boom! In an instant, the entire Tongtian Mountain trembled violently. Endless mountain rocks, earth, and trees collapsed as if someone had stepped on the world. At that moment, everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. He really dares to attack. Even Hall Masterlay and the rest could not help but be shocked. One had to know that Yi Chen's camp did not have a single late-stage soul formation cultivator, but there were 8 in the Immortal Palace's camp. Not only them, but even the crowd on the ground gasped at the sight of this. Kill. The Patriarch of Hell chuckled. Today I'll destroy this damned Immortal Palace and destroy their orthodoxy. Kill all the men and let me enjoy all the women. With that, he turned into a long rainbow with a monstrous aura and joined Yi Chen's camp directly. Fellow Yi, leave these 8 late-stage soul formation cultivators to the Patriarch. Can you do it? Yi Chen was stunned. Meeting his gaze, the Patriarch of Hell could not help but grit his teeth and say, I have to do it, even if I can't. I won't die. Don't worry. You and Wu Shuang will deal with the mid-stage soul formation cultivators. Yi Chen waved his sleeve and sent him flying directly. His cold voice sounded, As for these 8 pieces of trash, leave them to me. Swoosh! Yi Chen charged at Hall Masterlay and the rest of the 8 of them with a single move. His mighty voice shook the surroundings, Immortal Palace's dogs, accept your death! Seeing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Someone cried out in shock, is he going to fight 8 late-stage soul formation cultivators by himself? Many cultivators roared, You have to know that he's only at mid-stage soul formation. Although he killed a hall master of the Immortal Palace, there's no need to be so arrogant. Crazy, this kid is crazy. Countless people couldn't believe their eyes. Even Yi Wushuang and the rest could not help but worry. Yi Wushuang's eyes focused. He turned into sword intent and wanted to help Yi Chen. Don't go. The Patriarch of Yellow Spring stopped him and said in a deep voice, You know better than me what kind of person fellow Yi is. Since he dares to say that, I'm sure he has some confidence. Yi Wuxuang stopped walking, but there was still worry in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin. Is Big Brother going to use that divine ability? Yes, Big Brother's body is strong, so he can use it. He seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but smile. He then said with some pity, It's just that Big Brother has used this move in advance. I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of effort to refine it later. What divine ability? Patriarch Yellow Spring's interest was piqued. Before Yi Wuxuang could speak, the Thunder Hall Master in the void laughed out of extreme anger. Yi, you're only at mid-stage soul transformation. How dare you try to fight the 8 of us alone? Looks like you're destined to die here today. Is that so? However, Yi Chen smiled strangely when he heard that. Then he overlapped his hands, and a strange seal hovered on his fingertips. Under everyone's gaze, 2 balls of black and white energy condensed between his palms. The black and white intersected. It was the yin and yang energy, and the Tai Chi pattern. What is he doing? Everyone could not help but focus when they saw that. Even Thunder Hall Master and the rest stared at the scene. Their intuition told them that the change of the seal seemed to be some kind of divine ability. Only the smile at the corner of Yi Wuxuang's lips grew brighter. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Tai Chi pattern in Yi Chen's hand suddenly expanded. Then it turned into 2 streams of black energy that spun rapidly beside him. In an instant, the world shook as if it had been turned upside down. At that moment, endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth moved toward him crazily. It covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning him completely. Yi Chen stood with his head held high. He absorbed spiritual energy from all directions and devoured the essence of the sun and moon. Meanwhile, the 2 streams of black and white energy beside him began to grow violently. It was as if he had turned into a huge purple-gold cocoon. Quick, stop him now. Sensing the earth-shattering aura, Thunder Hall Master's expression changed drastically. Then he activated his cultivation base and charged toward Yi Chen frantically. Do it! At the same time, the Void Infinity Sect Master, Zhou Dongxian, and the remaining 7 Master Stage God Transformation Cultivators attacked at the same time. For some reason, the pressure that Yi Chen gave them at that moment was growing. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were on tenterhooks. Yi, go to hell! Thunder Hall Master summoned a terrifying bolt of lightning and blasted it directly at the cocoon outside Yi Chen's body. The killing intent was almost tangible. However, the lightning that was enough to kill any mid-stage God transformation cultivator was absorbed by the cocoon that wrapped around Yi Chen. What? Thunder Hall Master's expression changed instantly. Before he could react, an incomparably surging energy suddenly surged out from the giant cocoon. Boom! Under such energy, Thunder Hall Master, who was the first to be hit, let out a muffled grunt before his body was sent flying. The other 7 people were also sent flying. How could this be? The sky-severing sect master forcefully suppressed the surging vital energy and blood in his body. He looked at the purple-gold cocoon with incomparable shock in his eyes. The 8 of us Master Stage God Transformation Cultivators are unable to resist his aura. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the purple-gold cocoon, as if some terrifying existence was about to awaken from within. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant cocoon was completely broken. The scene that entered everyone's eyes caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. 3 Yi Chen had appeared in the giant cocoon. One of them was dressed in green, one in white, and one in black. Apart from that, their facial features and figures were identical, as if they were carved from the same mold. Among them, the green-robed Yi Chen's gaze was indifferent. The white-robed Yi Chen looked like an immortal with outstanding grace. The black-robed Yi Chen's demonic energy surged, as if he was the reincarnation of the demon lord. The three Yi Chen stood side by side, each with a different temperament. Three terrifying auras enveloped the surroundings, making one's heart palpitate. Meng Meng, who was in Wu Lan's arms, was also stunned. She widened her eyes and squeaked, "Three dads? Why are there three Xiao Chen?" Yi Hai and Wu Lan revealed expressions as if they had seen a ghost, even though Yi Chun was their son and they had been together for more than 20 years. However, at that moment, they really could not tell which of the three Yi Chen was their son. End of this chapter. Chapter 1352. F***CK. Even though the patriarch had seen a lot in his previous life, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the three Yi Chens suddenly appear. Are these clones? The patriarch of hell stared at the three Yi Chen in shock. No, since they're clones, why are all three fellow Yus at intermediate stage soul formation stage? Impossible, this is impossible. He shook his head frantically. He knew the clone technique too, but everyone knew that clones were separated from the main body. The more clones there were, the more the power of the main body would be scattered, causing the power of the clones to be a level lower than the main body. However, the three Chens before him were all intermediate stage, soul formation stage. This is three pure ones. Yi Wushuang explained calmly. This divinity is different from ordinary clone techniques. The two bodies that Big Brother split can inherit the power and cultivation of the main body. Moreover, these two bodies will evolve and grow in the future. How is this possible? Jealousy and envy appeared in the Patriarch of Hell's eyes. Where did fellow Yi get such a heaven-defying divinity? At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Wait, since fellow Yi knows this divinity, why haven't you used it before? Yi Wushuang's smile froze when he heard that, and he shook his head slightly. At that moment, the world was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect that there would suddenly be two identical Yi Chen. What divinity is this? Hall Master lay, and the rest gasped. Under everyone's gaze, the green-robed Yi Chen looked at the black and white Yi Chen next to him quietly. He could not help but reveal a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It's been a long time, old friends. Yi Wushuang was right. The black and white Yi Chen in front of him were the clones that he had created using three pure ones. It was also the three stages before Yi Chen ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor. The green-robed Yi Chen was when he roamed the cultivation world. The white-robed Yi Chen was his representative when he ascended to the immortal world. Meanwhile, the black-robed Yi Chen was a demon body that he condensed to adapt to the filthy demonic energy of the devil world after he mistakenly entered the devil world. His I Chi turning three pure ones technique was different from Ying's I Chi turning three pure ones technique. The former's cultivation was at most an incomplete version of it, which was why Ying failed. The three Yi Chens could be summarized as spirit body, immortal body, and devil body. The ones who won were the jade body, the evil body, and the dharma body. He didn't want to use this divine ability unless he had no other choice. His original plan was to wait until he returned to the immortal world before condensing them. At that time, the cultivation of the two clones would at least be at the level of a true immortal. Now that it had been unleashed ahead of time, it was only at the mid-soul formation stage. If it wanted to evolve to the late soul formation stage, it would take a lot of effort to make it grow. However, everything was worth it to save Su Yuhan. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a sneer suddenly resounded in the sky. Yi, do you think you can scare us by casually conjuring two clones? However, Temple Master Lei looked at Yi Chun in disdain. These two clones of yours are illusions. Even if they're real, it won't change anything. Hearing that, the other 7 mastery stage, God, transformation stage, powerhouses nodded subconsciously. They had never heard of a clone being able to inherit the cultivation base and stage of the main body. Therefore, to them, the 2 extra Yi Chen were just superficial. Is that so? Yi Chun smiled noncommittally and nodded slightly at the black and white Yi Chin. Boom! At the next moment, 3 mid-stage god transformation stage auras suddenly erupted, sweeping through heaven and earth and shaking the surroundings. I'll destroy Tongtian Mountain today. Yi Chin took a step out and shot up. He swung his Tongtian golden fist at Temple Master Lei. At the same time, the black and white Yi Chin moved. The white-robed Yi Chen's white robe fluttered as he stepped into the air, causing the air to collapse. He charged straight at the void everlasting sect master, Zhou Dongxian, and the rest. The black-robed Yi Chin let out a long roar. A dark gleam flashed in his eyes. He extended a huge hand that was wrapped in endless black energy toward the sky, severing sect master and the rest. Kill! At that moment, the Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang attacked at the same time. They charged at the dozen or so mid-stage god transformation stage cultivators. Attack! Temple Master Northian, the Patriarch of Green Spirit, and nearly 10 other beginner stage god transformation stage cultivators attacked one after another, each finding their own opponent. Xiao Hei's body swayed and protected Yi Hai and Wu Lan tightly. Its fierce eyes scanned the surroundings covetously, preventing anyone from attacking Yi Hai and Wu Lan. Perfect timing. Temple Master Lei snorted coldly. The lightning on his body was dazzling as if it had split the day. He charged at Yi Chen with terrifying might. Yi Chen soared into the sky and tore the sky apart. He activated his body with all his might and was fearless of the lightning. He threw a punch at Temple Master Lei. Even Temple Master Lei's expression changed when he saw the might of that punch. Crack! With a violent, crisp sound, Temple Master Lei immediately felt a heavy blow to his chest, as if all the bones in his body had broken. He groaned in extreme pain and staggered backward. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Yi Chin. What a powerful body! Upon closer inspection, his chest had caved in deeply. Yi Chin walked through the shattered space as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He charged at Temple Master Lei again. At the same time, the sky-severing sect master saw the black-robed Yi Chin charging at him. He could not help but scoff. Then he quickly formed a sky-severing seal and slammed it at the black-robed Yi Chin. However, the black-robed Yi Chen's black hair shot into the sky. His hand covered the sky like a giant claw. Accompanied by endless black energy, it slammed at the sky-severing sect master fiercely. Rumble! At that moment, the two extremely terrifying attacks collided. The sky-severing seal that was lying in the air suddenly shattered. The black-robed Yi Chen's giant palm did not slow down. You're courting death. The sky-severing sect master's gaze turned cold. He also slapped out with his palm and collided with the former's giant palm. Bleck! The sky-severing sect master spat a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. He was extremely shocked to discover that an extremely strange energy surged into his body and destroyed his internal organs wildly. It even had the urge to spread to his dantian. Oh no, it's demonic energy. The sky-severing sect master's expression changed drastically. He did not expect demonic energy to invade his body. He took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the demonic energy in his body. Die. At that moment, a cold killing intent landed on him. The spot between the black-haired Yi Chen's brows wiggled. Subsequently, a black vertical eye appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the vertical eye opened, it was followed by an extremely strange black divine light. At that moment, all the hair on the sky-severing sect master's body stood on end. He frantically activated the protective spirit treasure hidden in his body. Buffed! However, the black divine light broke through his spiritual armor with incomparable ease, before stabbing into his Yintang acupoint. No, The sky-severing sect master's expression changed drastically. With an unwilling roar, his body exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. This voice, which was mixed with unwillingness and fear, shook the entire sky and entered everyone's ears. The world suddenly fell into dead silence. Countless people looked at the black-haired Yi Qin in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock. The sky-severing sect master, a late-stage god, transformation stage cultivator, was dead. At the same time, the other 6 late-stage god, transformation stage cultivators, including Hall Master Lei, were stunned. Then they could not help but exclaim in unison, "Fellow sky-severing sect!" P.S. Chapter 3. I wanted to write a few more chapters today to finish writing the fighting plot, but fighting is too difficult to write. I can only write 3 chapters. Sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 1353. Fellow sky-severing, Hall Master Lei and the other 7 late-stage god, transformation stage, cultivators roared furiously. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The battle had just begun, but one of them had already died. Moreover, it was the sect master of the sky-severing sect, who was one of the strongest. The sect master of the sky-severing sect is dead. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators below were extremely shocked. They stared fixedly at the black-robed Yi Qin. They could not believe what they were seeing. At the same time, 2 more screams shook the void. The Patriarch of Hell activated an incomparably vast and mysterious seal, directly killing an intermediate stage god, transformation stage, cultivator on the spot. Yi Wushuang's sword tore through the air, and his sword intent was unstoppable. An intermediate stage god, transformation stage, cultivator's body was sliced open by the sword, and only his primordial spirit managed to escape. Everyone was even more shocked. Damn it! Hall Master Lei's eyes surged with rage when he saw that. He roared, "Activate the killing formation!" Boom! Tens of thousands of cultivators leaped out from the Tongtian mountain in an instant. They unleashed all of their cultivation and poured it into the formation around them. Tens of thousands of formation beams shot into the sky. These tens of thousands of formation beams turned into a huge formation light screen in the air, like an upside-down bowl. In an instant, the world lost its color, and the wind and clouds changed. The entire Tongtian mountain turned from white to black, as if it had turned into an endless land of ghosts that devoured everything. Endless imprints appeared in the air, enveloping everyone within. Waves of terrifying, invisible killing intent caused even the sky to tremble. The invisible killing intent seemed to want to kill all living beings. Someone in Yi Chen's camp screamed under such a terrifying tremor. He felt as if his flesh and blood were melting while every bone in his body was shattering. Bleck, Hall Master Northian, Shi Qianhan and the rest who were fighting were covered in endless blood. Countless wounds appeared on their bodies, as if they had turned into blood men. Oh no! Sensing the might, the Patriarch of Hell's expression changed slightly. He immediately roared and raised his hand to form a seal in the air, as if he wanted to resist the killing intent. Yi Wushuang's body emitted a golden glow as he faintly confronted the killing intent. The white clothes on his body began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It hurts, it hurts!" Yi Hai and Wu Lan were horrified. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Blackie roared angrily and drove his huge body to protect them below, using his physical body to forcefully resist the killing intent. Even so, his dragon scales were sent flying and blood splattered everywhere. Ha ha ha! When Hall Master Lei saw this, he could not help but laugh out loud. "Yi, this is the method that my immortal palace has prepared for you. Let's see how you deal with it." The sect master of the true void everlasting sect and the other late divine transformation realm Cultivator sneered, because they were not affected by the killing formation at all. Killing array? Yi Chen could not help but squint when he sensed the changes in the Patriarch of Hell and the rest. He then took a deep breath in and said, "I'll break your killing formation today." The next moment, with a sway of his figure, a myriad of rays of divine light blossomed from him. His body expanded to a size of 100 meters, and he was practically the same size as the sky. He directly broke through the light screen of the formation, and from afar it seemed as if Pangu had awakened. "Oh my God!" Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Break! Yi Chen pushed his physical body to the limit. It was as if Gong Gong had touched Mount Buzhou angrily. He stomped his foot hard on Tongtian Mountain. At that moment, Tongtian Mountain shook violently. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Tens of thousands of immortal palace cultivators on the ground died on the spot. Countless formations shattered, and the killing formation that covered everyone collapsed on the spot. The Patriarch of Hell felt as if he had been pardoned. At that moment, the expressions of Hall Master Lei and the rest changed drastically. Yi Chen's body shrunk, and his entire body was bathed in divine light. He was like a god walking in the world. "Is this the killing formation that you've prepared for me? I'll show you what a killing weapon is." With that, he stomped heavily. Boom! At that moment, the Tongtian Mountain that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers shook once again. It was as if an earth dragon was turning over. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shake back and forth as if there was an earthquake. They could not help but turn ashen. What is he doing now? The true void everlasting sect master, Zhou Dongxian, trembled in his heart. Sword come. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Chen waved his hand at the air. In an instant, the endless earth energy in the entire Tongtian Mountain gathered toward him in the form of a yellow glow that was visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a yellow long sword in his hand. The sword pierced through heaven and earth, pierced through the void, and crossed the sun and moon. Sword Qi swept through the heavens and earth, as if a peerless divine sword had appeared. At that moment, everyone raised their heads and stared at the yellow long sword in his hand, dumbfounded, extracting the mountain soul as a sword, gathering earth energy as intent. When the Patriarch of Hell saw this, he could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. He could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God, fellow Yi is so generous!" Even he, who was at the tribulation stage in his previous life, could not do such a thing. With the 3-foot-long dragon spring sword in hand, I swear I won't rest until I kill the evil. Yi Chen held the sword in one hand and slashed in the air. Boom! A 1,000-foot-long dragon soared in the sky, striking the sun and moon. It turned the space within 10 kilometers into a long river, directly slashing toward Hall Master Lei and the rest. Oh no! At that moment, Hall Master Lei and the rest had goosebumps all over their bodies. At the same time, their expressions changed drastically and they retreated rapidly. However, the sect master of the Mystic Sun sect did not manage to dodge. With a scream, his head was chopped off on the spot. His primordial spirit seemed to want to escape, but it was torn apart by the sword Qi that covered 10 kilometers. Fellow Xianyang, seeing this, Hall Master Lei and the rest were stunned. There was shock, fear, and even more disbelief. Killing a late-stage god transformation stage with a single strike. Everyone was terrified as if they had seen a ghost. All of you will die today. Yi Chen took a step forward with his sword in hand. At the same time, the black and white Yi Chen attacked again. Each of them charged at a late-stage god transformation stage. Cultivator! You guys hold back his clone. We'll work together to deal with him. Hall Master Lei suddenly looked at the 2 late-stage god transformation stage cultivators and roared, "Everyone, if you guys hold back, All of us will die today. The 5 late-stage god transformation stage cultivators nodded at the same time. Their expressions were extremely terrible. At that moment, they were scared out of their wits by Yi Qin. Attack! Temple Master Lei roared and immediately joined forces with the 2 Master Stage Soul Transformation cultivators to attack Yi Qin. Their eyes were filled with madness. Roar! The Thunder Temple Master's entire body was covered in lightning. Holding a thunder halberd in his hand, he charged at Yi Qin with terrifying thunder might. Kill! Behind him, the long hair of the Void Everlasting Sect Master fluttered. He turned into a ferocious beast that devoured the void and attacked Yi Qin with a killing technique. Humph! Yi Qin scoffed. A sword gleam shot into the sky from his hand and slashed forward. It tore through the void like a rainbow piercing through the moon. End of chapter.